WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5. The Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins' bid for a third straight win ended in Toronto last night. Care of a 4-0 loss to the Maple Leafs. Goaltender Anthony Stolarz was great for the home team, making 29 saves for the shutout, and defenseman Morgan Riley added a goal and 2 assists. Leafs captain Austin Matthews did not play, and the Bruins still had no answers. They're 6-7-1. They play Calgary at TD Garden tonight. That building will be used for basketball this evening as the Celtics welcome Golden State to town. Jaylen Brown out again with a hip flexor problem. Grandy and Max had the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. In other NFL news, or NBA news rather, the league has suspended Philadelphia franchise cornerstone Joel Embiid for 3 games. This is after he pushed a reporter over the weekend. The NFL trade deadline came and went yesterday, and although the Patriots reportedly received calls on Devon Godchaux, Kyle Duggar, Kendrick Bourne, and KJ Osborne, they did not make a move. The team will be back at practice today. They'll play in Chicago against the Bears this Sunday. But there were a lot of deals yesterday across the NFL. Washington sent 3rd, 4th, and 6th round picks to New Orleans for Pro Bowl defensive back Marshawn Lattimore and the 5th rounder. Also, Dallas traded a 4th round pick to Carolina for wide receiver Jonathan Mingo, and the Jets sent wide receiver Mike Williams to Pittsburgh for a 5th round pick. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Country Ski Expo, November 7th to 10th in Hanover. Shop the biggest ski and snowboard clearance event in New England. Enjoy free admission, food trucks, a beer garden, and more. Visit countryski.com for details. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Boston plays here.
Coming through the slot. Close shot. Save. Rebound. Scored.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Fred, hello. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Open him up with a football.
98.5. The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na 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 na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
A lot of people are going, ooh.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy. We're in the Town Fair Tire Studios. You can watch us on YouTube. If you search 98.5 The Sports Hub, that's live, and there's a chat and everything. And then if you want to, 24 hours a day, you can watch our show. And that's exciting. And you can screen grab it and put it on your Twitter accounts and everything else. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And you can, of course, call us 617-779-0985. Donald Trump has been elected the President of the United States. It is official. That has gone on. We will go over the very big ballot measures. The one that I wanted to, the big one happened. So what I wanted to happen on the only one I really cared about happened. So I got that in my back pocket, my friends.
That was question 5, the last one, the tipping.
No, it was the MCAS.
Oh, the MCAS. Okay.
The MCAS. I did not want the MCAS anymore. And so I'm very, as a parent of 2 children, one of whom is in public school in Massachusetts, I am very much for that. I'm very much for getting rid of the MCAS. How exciting. How exciting for yours truly. So,
are you having you probably had the celebration party last night.
I'm just, I can't get over, if I can, I did have a celebration party last night. That's why I'm a little out of it. Trump's youngest son is at least 6'6". He, over the last 4 years, has, because Trump's not Has Trump shrunk? Because here's Melania next to him.
Okay, Barron Trump is listed at 6'9".
Oh,
Okay,
my
yeah.
God.
Oh, if he can't dunk, there's problems. Barron Trump.
What are the odds? You've seen him. What are the odds?
He seems to be in good shape.
Okay.
I mean, 6'9" with the arm length. I mean, you don't have to jump very high.
That's true.
I'm not talking about like two-hand like tomahawks.
Okay.
No, 6'9", to not be able to dunk, you have to have something really physically something else going on. Like you're carrying an extra 150 pounds or, you've got some kind of, bone issue.
That's
now,
true.
6'9", you could,
He's a thin man. Yes.
6'9", that means your wingspan is also close to 7 feet.
Yes.
So your arm alone is going to put you another 1.5 feet above 6'9" at least.
Mm-hmm.
Taking away the distance from the shoulder to the top of the head, John. I'm doing all the math.
I can see that. I see the hamster wheel running.
I work
do.
quick, keep up, but you have to jump about 10 inches in order to dunk a basketball when you're 6'9".
Well, but if you're always wearing a jacket and tie, I would think that it would be a little problematic.
He can change before he dunks, John.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a uniform at his school that requires a jacket and tie, I would imagine. But since my son can dunk, and he is 6'3".
Can he dunk a basketball? He was dunking tennis balls.
No, he
before.
can dunk a basketball.
Okay.
But it's a bit of a situation. Like he can't play basketball until December, so we'll see at that point because of his shoulders. So we'll see at that point. Because the last time he dunked, he called me. He goes, "Dad, I sprained my ankle." And I'm like, "What?" Because he had jumped up, and then when he dunked, he came down, and it was too much for him to land on his feet. He had to land on the side of his foot,
yes,
and then that was causing the problems.
Yes,
but if he did an in-game dunk, he has a video of him dunking over a kid. And then there's the good reaction, like the Rucker Park reaction. Yeah, well, like from the people that are watching it. So he has that video.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I'm sure he acted like an ass.
Yeah, I got a video. I got a video of the man walking on the moon too. So what? There's a video.
I might. You know what? You're right. I might have to get in there and start rooting around for trampolines.
Yeah.
See if this kid's on the level. He's been known to fib.
How come slam ball didn't take off? Slam ball was the trampoline-infused basketball sport.
Especially after the King of Queens episode. That was where the King of Queens.
I saw the King of Queens, 19 episodes in a row on some channel yesterday. I've never watched an episode. And this isn't the one where you've seen every episode.
Oh, I've seen every episode of King of Queens.
How? I understand when you were working an overnight shift, like back in the day, and you just watched Golden Girls because it was the only thing on. But King of Queens came around at a time when you were a bit older and had a real job, and you weren't forced just to watch that.
First of all, my eyes are getting weary. My back is getting tight. I'm heading home in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I understand.
All I know is what I want to do is get right home and get right home to you. Baby, all my life I will be driving home to you.
Was that one of the typical sitcoms from the 90s where the wife was much hotter than
I mean, you know who the wife was.
No, I don't.
Leah Remy, right?
No, that's Everybody Loves Raymond, stupid.
I'm sorry.
And those two were a good match.
It was the lady that went after the Scientologist, Leah Remy.
I just said that.
Oh, no, not Leah Remy. Oh.
Leah Remy.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking of the lady from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Okay.
Yeah, Leah Remini. You're absolutely right, John. I apologize.
That was Patricia Heaton.
Yes, you're right. Leah Remini. And so there's an episode of The King of Queens where he hurts himself playing slam ball. And he is getting weighted on hand and foot by his young lady. And it turns out that his leg healed a little before he was willing to let her know.
Oh, that trickster.
And she's at the gym one day, and she walks by the slam ball court and sees him and physical comedy. Kiss to the gods.
Chaplin-esque?
Yes. And the reason that But what was very bold of King of Queens is they said, let's take Costanza's dad, cast Jerry Stiller, and put him in the exact same role.
Yeah.
Like the exact same character.
Inspired.
I mean, and it's other than the name, it's the exact same character. And Jerry Stiller is great, and he was great on that show. But it's the same thing. The one funny concept on that show that I have to give him a lot of credit for is that, the dad lives with them, and he's got nothing to do, so they hire a dog walker to take him. So she has all the dogs in him.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's not a bad premise.
Not bad.
Yeah.
All right. So there were legitimate moments in the show.
That was, anything with Jerry Stiller was pretty funny because
Yeah.
Jerry Stiller is super funny. It is odd that he had done, whatever, a 9-year run or however long he was on Seinfeld, and then turned around and it was the exact same part. He played the dad and he was the same thing and acted it out in the same way. And again, it was funny. King of Queens is not like a terrible, terrible show. It's not good, but it's not like...
Did they have kids on the show?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's not. Yeah, they're single. They're until the last episode. Spoiler alert.
Oh boy.
Because they're going to Japan to adopt a kid, but
Japan?
Yeah, but guess what? Right before they leave, she finds out she's pregnant anyway,
and it's not his.
No, and it comes out Japanese, as a matter. So they have 2 Japanese kids.
See, if they had ended it that way, it would have been great.
Well, they're getting divorced at the end in the last episode.
That I did not
They're
know.
getting divorced. Yeah, she's bought a place in the city without telling him, and so they are like getting divorced, and then they reconcile at the very end, and they fly to Japan. They're flying to Japan. And they're holding like the baby that they adopted. I believe this is how it ends. They're holding the baby they adopted, and then she comes out and says that she's pregnant, and then that's how the show ends. And
Having a baby to save the marriage.
That always works out.
it can keep you married for a while.
Yeah, it can.
It can.
That's true.
Keep you married. Keep you married 12
I was
years.
gonna say, how many years exactly?
12.
This is the replacement. Instead of doing the other thing, now he's just going to do this.
So Everybody Loves Raymond. They had kids on that show.
I don't even know why that was that controversial.
No,
I
it was
thought
funny.
it was a good joke.
It was very funny.
It wasn't even a joke. That's why it was funny.
All right,
It was
very
very
good.
funny.
All right, go ahead.
They had kids on that show. Did you ever?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the kids?
Well, he even says in the original opening for it, there's like a turnstile going by with the other characters besides him. And he says, and these are my kids. It's not about them. So the kids go by. There's twins and a girl, but much to his credit, because Romano's not a bad stand-up. He's actually a good stand-up.
I think he's a decent stand-up and a pretty good actor.
His episode of Dr. Katz, you remember the show Dr. Katz?
Yes.
His episode of Dr. Katz is he's the best one that's ever been on it. Romano's kills on that. And he's a really good actor, actually. I think he's a really good actor. And that show's not bad. That show's not a bad show.
I mean, anytime Peter Boyle is on the screen, it's good.
And I don't think Peter Boyle would have done it if he hadn't thought that it was any good.
Yeah.
I don't think that he was in desperate need of money.
But I do like the fact that they don't involve the kids at all.
Yeah,
Good.
and they make a
point.
point of it. He's like, yeah, it's really about them. In fact, I bet you the kids are they might have lines in half the episodes, and there are no storylines that revolve around the children.
I mean, I haven't seen a ton of episodes, but it's not
I've
one of
seen
the ones.
everyone.
It's not one of the ones that I turn off or have never watched, like King of Queens. I've never watched an episode of that. I've seen it. I know who's on it. I've, glimpsed it, but no, I'll sit. Everybody Loves Raymond is on. I'll sit through it. Sure,
Yeah,
it's good.
it's good stuff.
It's fine.
I'll tell you what,
That Barron Trump is one tall son of a bitch.
Yeah, he's
Holy cow!
he might be
head
taller
and-
than 6'9".
I was just going to say literally head and shoulders above his dad.
Because Trump's not a short man. Now, Melania is as tall as Trump because Trump is no doubt shrunk. I mean, and this is no insult to anyone. but I mean, he has. I mean, he's in his 70s. He's no doubt shrunk, and he's like kind of hunched over now. But I mean, he's an old man. But Barron Trump is quite strapping. Barron Trump, to his credit, never. I just think he was just like, can you please get me off this stage? I just don't want to be on this stage. I'm a teenager, and I don't want to be on this stage.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed by you, for myself. Everything is embarrassing at that age.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't think that you want to be up on that stage.
No.
And I think that Melania is very protective of him.
I went to the movies with my son yesterday, and all it takes is me walking in a way that he finds inappropriate to embarrass him. Mm-hmm. And stop it. And if I really want to like send him off, all I have to do is turn my hat like halfway.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Just
I've had that conversation, and I do it on purpose.
Yeah, I'll just turn it off to the side, like what?
Yeah.
I understand it looks stupid and ridiculous. One of these times he might just pass out and
Does he turn red?
lose consciousness due to embarrassment. By the way, we saw Smile 2 yesterday. That's the second piece of crap I've seen in a row in the theaters.
Is it a horror movie?
Yeah.
Did you get some rest? You get some rest in the
loves
theater?
horror movies. No, that was my whole plan yesterday because I didn't sleep last night. I'm like, good, I'll take a nap in the movies. I got home. I'm like, what time do you want to go to the movies? He said 12:15. I'm like, oh, no time for a nap beforehand. All right, let's go. I'll just nap at the movies. Mm-hmm. There were 2 other people in the movie theater, so there were a total of 4 of us. It was so inconsequential to the proprietors that they didn't dim the lights in the theater.
Oh wow!
Man. They just left the lights on because they're like, who cares? There's no one in there. So it made it that much tougher to sleep. Plus, it's very loud and screamy, this horror movie. So I couldn't sleep. No. Yesterday was a very long day.
Okay.
And that movie sucks.
Yeah, I didn't.
Doesn't suck as bad as that M. Night Shyamalan piece of crap, the Trap movie, which now I see has made its way onto airplanes. Whatever you do not watch that.
Every time you say Smile, I think of when I interviewed Brian Wilson. He said, I got a new album coming out. I go, what is it? He goes,
Smile.
Smile. That's how he smiles.
Okay.
And this was 20 years ago.
Oh boy.
Is he dead?
No, he is still alive.
Okay. That's amazing, huh? That he's still alive. Good for
Truly,
him.
with all he's been through. Shoot, yeah.
I didn't get any Beach Boys, really anything. I mean, my mom listened to it when I was a kid. But until Me First and the Gimme Gimmes covered Sloop John B. I'm like, oh, I want to go back and listen to the original. This is a pretty good song. And then I didn't sit through all of Pet Sounds or the reissue or anything like that, but somebody played for me the vocals-only mixes of God Only Knows, and there was another one. Maybe it was Sloop John B. I've heard the
Probably.
I've heard like several of their vocals-only mixes, and
There was Good Vibrations.
Was it?
That's on Pet Sounds, I believe.
Yeah. I own because of course I do, the Pet Sounds box set that has all of the vocal only cuts on it. And
do you own it or did you steal it from the
library?
Woburn Public Library. Me First and the Gimme Gimmes. How about that? That can introduce you to those old bands.
Yeah. But if you want to have a new appreciation or any appreciation for Brian Wilson, Beach Boys, listen to the vocal only mixes of that and find out like, oh, this is approaching like classical music complexity and the harmonies and all that stuff, and they're amazing. They're fantastic.
Yeah, I like Kokomo era Beach Boys.
Yeah, well, you're a little more evolved than I am.
Yeah. I like the hits, I don't like to get bogged down with that nonsense. All right, we will return.
Wouldn't it be nice? That's the other.
Oh, that's sure. Wouldn't it be nice? All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more. yours at Target.
Kinda looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Fred.
It's funny, you were talking about embarrassing your kids by just tilting your hat. Oh, the things I do to my children.
Good example. A good one.
We're driving down the street, and Zoe goes, "Oh my God, that's so and so," and I'll go, "Oh," because they're like boys, and I'll roll down the window. I'll go like, "What's happening, fellas? You guys fans? You guys know my daughter Zoe?" And then the kids, but the kids like me because of the show.
And Zoe will scrunch down in her seat. Dad, keep
she,
driving.
She starts laughing. I mean, she likes it.
All right. Well, that doesn't seem embarrassing to her.
Well, yeah, it's I do it to embarrass her. And then like yesterday we were at Walgreens, and I'll go, Zoe, yes, I will get ice cream, but first I have to stop this diarrhea. I'll go, I have to stop this diarrhea.
That's pretty good.
Zoe, get toilet paper. We're out. And then I'll be like, and then I've said before at CVS, Zoe, is your flower blooming? Zoe, I can't remember what kind of pads you said to get.
That's really good.
She'll go, Dad. And then she starts laughing.
That's the reaction you're going for right there.
Yeah,
there you go.
I wouldn't do it if I thought it was really bugging her. But she's because she's got a real dry, mean sense of humor.
Well, where did she get that from?
Her mom. No, I don't know. I like her. I think she's got a good sense of humor. I enjoy that about her. All right, what's going on, Hardy? If you could.
Bruins played last night. A chance to really cement themselves as a team. On the comeback here. They're playing Toronto. Toronto's without Austin Matthews. Toronto, by the way, just terrible power play. They're like ranked 31st in the league.
4 for 40 coming into the game.
Yeah, they're just awful.
No Austin Matthews, 4 for 40 on the power play.
Right, so, go in there tonight, Bruins, and just, show everybody what you're made of.
Marner now, top of the right circle. Pivots away from Beecher, gives back to Riley, shot, scores! And so the Leafs power play, which has struggled mightily this year, cashes in on one here in the second period, and they grab a 1-0 lead.
Well, that's anomalous. That's certainly not going to happen again. I mean, that's the 5th power play goal they've scored all year. It's certainly not
He'll
going to...
push it down the right circle for Tavares. Studies his options. Gives it to Marner in the corner. Now back up top for Riley. Over to Nylander far side. Back across near side. Marner jumped over the puck first, picked it up off the wall, and then centered. Here's a chance for Nylander. They score. Nylander just fired that puck to the front of the net, and it hit someone and kicked in, and it's 2-0 Toronto.
Isn't that nice how that Toronto crowd, they're real quiet like at a football game when the team's working on offense. Let's just be real quiet here.
They're
and
just
let
quiet
them
all the time. They're too rich. I watched the game. Go ahead, John. You have a stat or something?
I was just going to say that second goal, that second power play goal was set up by Max Pacioretty, who Bruins fans know very well from his time in Montreal, where he had a concussion but was out watching a movie the next day while he was playing with Canadians. He lost his stick, skated up to Zadorov. This is 5-on-5. I think it was Zadorov. I forget who it was. One of the Bruins defensemen got in his face, tugged on his jersey, got pushed, fell down, drew the penalty, and then skated back to the bench smiling. And sure enough, Toronto scored about 10 seconds after that, and it was 2-0.
I watched the game yesterday, and I think the Toronto goaltender stood on his head. I mean, did you guys watch it? I mean,
Stolarz was amazing.
He was amazing.
Yeah.
I don't. Look, the Bruins took too many penalties. They took 7 penalties.
That was a trip back to Florida where they got baited a couple of times, and it got worse and worse as the game went on. But, yes, more to your point, Stolarz stoned a couple of big chances early, yes.
Because you could see that game's 4-0, and I don't mean to be, overly rosy about the Bruins. I understand that they have a losing record and that there's things they have to correct. I'm not in a panic about their situation in the least. But I've seen them look bad. Like the Philadelphia loss was bad.
Carolina was really bad.
Yeah. But last night, like they had a ton of opportunities. Now they got to start going in, but they had some power plays that I thought were good. They had a bunch of opportunities. They had stuff. They had at least 3 shots I thought went in that were complete robberies. So, I mean, like over the course of say 15 minutes of real minutes of the game, like played minutes of that game, I think there were three times I thought the puck was in the net because what's his face was standing on his head.
Anthony Stolarz.
Yeah, he's the guy who wants like $15 million a year, right?
I don't know if it's that much.
No, I know, but it's like 10.
Yes,
he wants a lot of money.
Wants to get paid a lot. Yes, yeah. He played like it last night.
Well, he was unbelievable last night.
It was frustration on that end, and then frustration because Toronto, seeing that the pucks weren't going in and seeing their frustration, baited them even more.
It's troubling to see a team whose power play is supposed to be bad. And you could hear it in the call from Ryan. You could see it in the game last night. They set up their power play and moved it around like they were playing checkers against a 2-year-old. Like they had no problem moving the puck around, doing whatever they wanted to do with it. And it started with them getting into the zone in the first place. That was something that Brandon Carlo talked about afterward. He's like, yeah. We were better last year at stopping teams from getting into our zone and setting anything up, but this year not so much.
I think we're allowing them to kind of get into the zone a little too easily. I think last year there was a lot of times we would kind of eliminate things by the blue line and have a lot more pressure. So I think we need to start kind of pushing out a little bit more, kind of using our sticks and our bodies to create more pressure, not giving them so much time, but those shots from the point, we just got to kind of get in front of them and front those and do a better job there. But like you said, our penalty kill, something that I take a lot of pride in. This group takes a lot of pride in, and it needs to get better.
Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, Toronto's a pretty skilled offensive team. I don't know how long that power play was going to suck for. I know Matthews didn't play last night, but they still have some talent on that
It just
team.
so happened that it happened on a night without one of the top goal scorers on the planet.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's not great. But again, I there were a lot of chances I thought the Bruins had that they just got robbed. Dan, go ahead.
Little off subject, but I want to congratulate your son in the 1% club of people that can dunk. Very unscientific, but if you think of a class of 500, probably 5 kids can dunk, so it's a rare air. And for the reach of the Trump kids, party like this. I used to work at a hardware store, and I am 6'3", flat-footed. I have exactly 8-foot reach. So add 6 inches for the Trump kid, wingspan 6 inches, 2 arms, divide by 2. He probably can reach about 9 foot, flat foot, so he doesn't have to jump too far. You're
Isn't
about right.
it an exponential difference, though, as one gets taller and wingspans differ? You just can't add 6 inches for the extra 6 inches in height. Wouldn't you agree you'd be able to add even a little bit more, maybe an extra half inch or so?
It depends on shoulder height. So, the head usually is the same. Neck length, I don't know. We're getting kind of technical, but I trust your judgment.
But I'll tell you this, is that way more kids can dunk now than when I was a kid. When I was a kid, unless we played that Super Friends team in AAU with Weber and Rose on it, there was no dunking. Like in high school, I don't think we played a team with a kid could dunk. On my son's team last year, there was 3 kids that could dunk, 2 of whom could jump out of the gym. Like one kid that could do like reverse slams on his team, and he was a junior. This kid X, he could like if he had a breakaway, he could pick it up, jump, and then like turn around and throw it behind his head.
Yeah, there's a big difference in skill sets at times. I grew up in Lexington, and we had kids that I thought were fantastic, and then you quickly you enter one of those AAU tournaments, and you quickly find out that, middle-class white kids from the suburbs aren't necessarily the best basketball players in the state.
But there are middle-class kids. Well, first of all, you grew up in an upper-middle-class neighborhood, if not wealthy. I mean, you grew up in Lexington.
Yes, but which is much better off now than it was when I was there. But
I understand
yes,
that there was the crack problem there when you were growing up.
Right.
I mean, it was the advent of crack.
Yes.
And also, these bootleggers that would come in there and sell their wares.
Right.
But now even I think at schools, like I bet you there's a kid at Newton South that can dunk. Like there's more kids that can dunk now it's just. I mean, if my son can do it,
Well, kids are getting bigger, stronger, taller. It's evolution.
but there is that difference. I know what you're saying, John. In that like bounce, like that kid X, that kid is just got that like. If he ever like puts it all together, like if there was a kid on Miles' team last year that's now in college that was the best player on the team, and he could dunk, but he was the best player on the team. He's like a 6'3" guard. And so he was like really skilled. He obviously practiced a lot. But if I was a scout going to watch him and I saw this kid X, I'd be like, all right, this kid needs to practice. But that his athletic bounce, like that springiness, is like insane. Is just you could just tell right away.
So last weekend when we went to visit my mom, we took a walk around her neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. It's a mix of families and whatever. It's fine. There is a basketball court in the middle of the neighborhood that it's the nicest outdoor court I've ever seen in my life in terms of the goals and their construction and the adjustable rims. And one of them was down to like 8 foot. The other one was down to like 6 foot. Someone must have been out there like shooting hoops with like their 4-year-old. And I'm looking at this and thinking, in any neighborhood I've ever lived in my life, how long would these goals last and be in this condition? Because you could tell they were kind of weathered and they had been used, but they were perfectly upright and hadn't been ruined. Like in your neighborhood, John, you put in something like that, adjustable goals that kids can dunk on. How long before they're broken to the point where they can't be used anymore?
6 months.
Yeah. I mean, like the absurdly nice people, I guess.
The nets are the first thing to go. The nets that are attached to the rim, those are the first things to go.
Some of that is weather, but it's also, these people just don't apparently immediately destroy anything just because they can.
You want to hear an interesting thing that's going to blow your mind?
Yeah.
I'm in Ferndale, Michigan, not fashionable Ferndale, Huntington Woods, actually. And Milo's with me, and we're with my friend Jay. And my friend Jay goes, do you want to go with Joey's kids and Joey's brother Joey's kids and go, like, play baseball at this park, basically? And we're like, yeah, it's something to do. So we're driving. And I go, where the hell are we going? We're on the east side of Detroit. And we go, Detroit have these little enclaves of pristine baseball fields and these incredible basketball courts.
Whoa.
We drove from Huntington Woods, and Joey lives on like up in St. Clair Shores area.
That's a haul.
And he drove down to Detroit. We went specifically to Detroit to go to the like real dugouts, like underground, like that are like with
that
the
are
real
just
case.
open all the time. You can go out there and play.
Yes.
Wow.
Man.
And even where Jay lives in Huntington Woods, they have this just community center with like an indoor pool. It's free for the community, like an indoor pool and these basketball courts. They actually, and Michigan has nowhere near, I can't imagine, the taxes of Massachusetts. Yet they have all these municipal projects that are beautiful.
Maybe, I mean, like when we were kids, you couldn't have stuff like that because we were outside a lot. And, there was always going to be an element of wilding going on. You were just going to get bored and go destroy something because you could. But as the kids tend to stay inside a little bit more now, like, they're not going out there and getting wild just for the sake of getting wild. They might actually go out there and use that stuff without destroying it.
I mean, if you go to the speaker store and you meet the older guy, he's going to take your virginity in the dugout. I mean, that's for sure. That still happens.
Ron.
Do. That was the Judge Reinhold masturbation scene.
Yeah, you're mixing it up. You needed to do Jackson Brown. She's got to be somebody's baby.
She's got to be somebody's only light. She's going to shine tonight. Yeah. She's going to be somebody's baby tonight.
I was going to pull the clip, but you guys just nailed it.
I tried to shut my eyes. I've never heard that song outside.
Get it out of my mind. Or
sight.
My sight. Is it my sight?
Yeah. I know I'm going to know her. Yeah, you gotta talk to her tonight.
Yeah, hitting the high notes tough.
You've nailed it.
Tonight.
We'll pitch you there, dog.
Hey, look. I don't have my.
You need your pitch pipe.
I've never heard that song. Not in that movie. That's the only time I've heard it, but I've watched that scene so many times. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Continue the what do we do? The NFL.
She wasn't 18. He asked her right before consummating.
Yeah, that's not going to do him much good in court. I'll tell you that. I mean, she works. She works at the pizza place. I mean, you might want to put two and two together. All right, and her friend Phoebe Cates also had a boyfriend that was
in the Marines.
Yeah, he was older.
Wasn't he in the Marines?
No, he was in college.
But
he was definitely older.
He was in college.
Well, somebody was in the Marines.
Okay.
No, I don't think anyone.
I don't think it was Phoebe Cates.
Maybe Damone went to the Marines after he was busted for scalping. I can't remember what it says under his picture at the end.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, I take it this is the Me First and Gimme Gimme's cover of what?
Of Soup John B by Beach Boys. Marty was talking about his love with this version, so I figured we would.
Is this when Joey from Lagwagon and Fat Mike were still in it, or is it the current version that is nobody had ever heard of in it? And the guy from the Foo Fighters was in it.
Yeah, Chris Shiflett.
Yeah.
Who was in what? No Use for a Name before he was in the Foo Fighters? He was at NoFX's last show.
Yeah.
He was playing guitar. The guitar player, not Pat Smear, obviously.
Yeah.
But the other guitar player for the Foo Fighters.
You got to let that roll underneath 12 until we get to the vocal breakdown. Whoop.
Look at Hardy.
Threw away all my grits.
I was like, there's a reason I faded
Bring it up
this out,
now.
and that's why.
Well, no. Let's just not play with it anymore. All right.
It only has one bad word, and we already heard it. It's too late.
All right. It's. I think that was the fate's way of saying get on with things.
All right. You want to get on with things? The YouTube chat this morning, Fred. A lot about the election, but also commentary on you. Someone said you're dressed like the Marlboro Man today because of your brown Detroit hat.
Okay.
I don't know. It's the earth tones, but also a lot of commentary on my jacket. I went up into the attic last night because I wanted to find my old Wilson's brown leather jacket and put it on to see if I could make my daughter cringe and run away from me, which she did.
Uh-huh.
But I also found this, and I thought maybe we'd play a little game from time to time. Do I keep this or give it to Adam 12? This is an Original 6 jacket that I bought at the team store at the Garden. I had a $50 gift card, burning a hole in my pocket. And I went in and I spent, I believe, an additional $75 of my own money. I don't know why, to purchase this Original 6 jacket, which may appear a little loud on the front, but wait till you see the back.
All right.
Let's see.
Oh, look at that.
Logo of every team of the Original 6.
Nice.
And that harkens back to a time before Adam was born, back when, libraries were a community fellowship, a place of community fellowship.
There's a place to gather.
I would not wear that. From the back. From the front, it's fine. From the back, it's not good. What made you buy that? Were you all caught up in the moment or something? You got all jazzed up. You didn't want to buy something Red Wings entirely.
I had an Original 6 hat that I really liked because it was also a little on the gaudy side. It had, but just a small logo of each of the Original 6 teams across the back, and just that a little Original 6 logo on the front.
I've looked for that hat. I've looked for a hat similar. I like the Original 6 merchandise.
Yeah,
I got a lot of compliments on that hat. I'm like, oh. Here's a jacket. I bet people are really going to lose their minds when they see this. And they did. I got laughed at the couple of times that I wore it, and I never wore it again. But I wore it today. Should I keep it or give it to Adam 12?
Adam, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
I mean, I like it in concept. I don't know that I would wear it. It's really not my style.
But it is about old things,
style.
and it is free.
Yeah. I'm torn here, Fred.
Are you a fan of the 1920s, 30s?
The jazz era? Are you kidding me? Come on now.
Would you have been? You would have liked the Great Depression.
Maybe not the.
You would have been so adaptable to it.
Maybe not the misogyny and the what was.
Well, I don't know if the Great Depression had.
When
you think of that, you think of misogyny so much as you think of.
Sorry, you
the
said
market
I was
crashing.
thinking more about the
No, I was talking about the Great
and
Depression. I said you'd fit right. I mean, you would be so used to standing in the lines and everything.
That's true. Yeah, getting a free handout. I love a free handout.
Yes, I am aware of that, Adam. I'm aware of that.
I mean, it's a smart-looking jacket, Hardy, but I can see why it's been upstairs in your closet for.
I'm going to throw it into the rotation. I think you're going to see it every couple weeks.
Oh, well.
It is hockey season.
I mean, God bless you. I mean, pretty soon you're going to have to wear a jacket over that thing, so we'll see. Me, I'm just wearing it wasn't cold enough to wear a sweatshirt, and it wasn't warm enough to wear a T-shirt, so I wore, and I'm also so proud I ran a 5K. I'm wearing my big 5K shirt. Just so the people at YouTube go I'm like, how people will dance around with those marathon jackets everywhere?
Yes.
Yeah, this is my 5K. I'm like,
oh, that was another thing that I found. Last year, John and I were given Boston Marathon jackets.
Oh, please give it to me. I'll wear it everywhere. And then when people go in, did you run the race? I'll go, never. I go, I never wore it. I never ran it. And look at me wearing it just like you, stupid. Yeah. Look at me. I have it too. Oh, I would love that.
I got mine somewhere. I'll bring it in for you.
Oh, I would wear it everywhere.
Right.
And then I'll also like make a medal or like go buy some metal from a store and then walk around like I ran it. There are people that used to when your kids play soccer when they're real little, and it's like people that you'll never see again because every kid plays soccer and they're gonna all just like they're gonna not play sports anymore like at a very early age, and you see people you're never gonna see again. The amount of people that would rock marathon jackets to those fall soccer games was just amazing.
Well, I think the thing that's really going to punch up that bit of you wearing the marathon jacket, Fred, is it's a little tight on me. So
it's going to be very tight on me.
So I think when you walk around with that,
I'll be like, I've had a rough time since the marathon. It's been a rough time.
I kept up the same dietary habits, but I wasn't running 12 miles a day, and this is what happens.
Yeah.
What is it? 26.3 is the
26.2.
26.2. I'll put one of those stickers on my car.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing I enjoy more than driving behind someone like that.
But then
26.2 because that's never the only sticker. There's the 13.1, which is on the other side of the bumper. See, I ran a half marathon in addition to the full.
I just heard because I listened to that Rich Roll podcast. He talked to a guy. He's a teacher in Cincinnati. He ran 140 miles.
What the hell?
He ran 140 miles, and they do, and maybe even more. I'll look up his name, and when we come back from break.
Like ultra marathoners, they're running.
Yeah, because there's a guy that ran across the United States.
Yeah, but there are people who do these ultra marathons where they run like a marathon a day for 30 straight days.
Yeah, you know the Barkley marathons? Have you heard of those?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by that.
There's a documentary about him you can watch.
Yeah, I've watched
YouTube.
There's like 8 documentaries, and I've watched them all.
Well, when I first quit drinking and I would be walking the dog around, like I listened to that Rich Roll book, and then I just started getting the Audible started suggesting all these ultra marathon guys, and these people like they'll run. One guy ran the Boston Marathon. I don't know why he did it. This guy, I stopped listening to it because this guy kept going, I'm doing it for charity. And you're like, He ran the Boston Marathon once, then back, then got in line and ran it with everyone else. He ran the Boston Marathon 3 times in a row.
Okay. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Okay. Yeah, it's stupid.
All right.
And then he's like, and then it really annoyed me because he's like, it's all I could do for this like charity. And I'm thinking, you didn't do this for charity. You did this specifically to brag about it and to write a book about it. Like, you did this for notoriety. You didn't do it for charity. I mean, if you found out someone was running the Boston Marathon 3 times and you didn't know him, would you give him money?
So he started like in the night before,
yes.
ran it back, and then ran it with everyone.
Yes. Yes.
That's obnoxious.
Yes, it's very obnoxious, as a matter of fact.
Very quickly here, NFL players on the move yesterday.
Why specifically was it imperative to spend heavy draft capital, a 3rd and a 4th rounder, to get a cornerback like Marshawn Lattimore?
Because they felt they had a weakness at that spot, David, and they also are in a position that nobody thought the Commanders would be in today. 7-2 in first place in the NFC East. There's actual hope and excitement surrounding the Washington franchise.
What insight. Thank you, Adam.
You mean they hadn't needed that position, which is why they wanted to make the trade?
Or just, John, you're being a little too flippant because he also told you their record.
Oh, okay.
Well, not only that, but the Saints not as good as everyone thought they were going to be. And as now you have a team in turmoil in the middle of the season, they're going to move pieces and start thinking about the future.
Yeah. All right. By the way, this guy's name is Harvey Lewis. He's an elementary school teacher in Cincinnati. He ran 450 miles. I apologize, not 140. 450 miles.
That's about as obnoxious gets.
I don't know if that's obnoxious, John, or like an amazing feat of human will. Yeah, I don't think it's what's obnoxious is running the marathon and walking around with the jacket all day, and not all day, but like for the rest of your life. Running 450 miles is a test of will that I would actually have to tip my hat to the guy, and he seemed like a nice guy. I'll figure out the way the race is that. you run a certain distance. You have to run a certain distance every hour. And he was running it at a 55-minute pace, and so he would stop, lay down, sleep for a minute, get up, and then run again. So it was a long enough thing that it was 55 minutes for him to complete the loop. And they have that one ultra marathon that's in Queens where they just go around the city block. It's one city block, and they just go around it.
Really?
Yeah, they go around it like, I don't know, whatever, thousands of times. It's crazy.
Nope.
It's crazy. All right. Listen, I got so many great little facts. The election was last night. Trump won, and we will talk about the ballot measures that happened as well. As we're gonna tune you in. I know you tuned in to hear what happened. I know you don't have access to your phone. You lost it, so that's why you're listening to us. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Party.
opening kickoff to the final play. Your home of the pass. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Well, Toronto didn't have the services of its best player, and it didn't matter last night. They were still able to beat the Bruins 4-0 at Scotiabank Arena. Austin Matthews was listed as day-to-day with an upper body injury, but the Leafs nearly doubled their season output with 3 power play goals in the win. David Pastrnak, though, says the game was closer than the score would indicate.
Honestly, it was a tough out today, but I feel like we've been right there for the most part of the game, and how the special teams obviously hurt us today, and we didn't do the job on the power play, and they did.
Bruins will have tonight off. They'll host Calgary tomorrow night. The Celtics use TD Garden tonight for a very interesting early season matchup with Golden State. Jaylen Brown out again with his hip flexor strain. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the face-off at tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. In other NBA news, the league yesterday suspended Philadelphia's Joel Embiid for 3 games after a physical altercation with a reporter over the weekend. Embiid hasn't played yet for the 76ers. The suspension won't kick in until he's healthy enough to be active. The Patriots will hold their first practice of the week this afternoon with a road game coming up Sunday in Chicago. The team did not make a trade before the deadline yesterday, but there were a lot of teams that did. Washington sent 3rd, 4th, and 6th round picks to New Orleans for Pro Bowl defensive back Marshawn Lattimore and a 5th rounder. Also, Dallas shipped the 4th round pick to Carolina for backup wide receiver Jonathan Mingo, and the Jets sent wide receiver Mike Williams to Pittsburgh for a 5th round pick. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoda's Auto Dealer. Get respected Albrecht with 7 locations and thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles. Get the right vehicle at the right price now at albrechtauto.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Boston, the greatest sports town in America.
We have a farm. I have about 200 pigs here.
We get to spill beers on each other without worrying about spilling beers on people.
Boston's home for sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
In the office, in your car, in your footy pajamas, this is how Boston sports fans start their day.
I bet you're just jealous.
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is for John, and specifically.
Yeah, let's get a little New Jack Swing in the mix for John.
Nothing wrong with a little portrait in the morning.
This is a band called Portrait.
It is. It's another Teddy Riley formation.
All right, real quick, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Hardy's on that thing all the time. He likes to hear what you have to say.
I check in on it, sure.
Yeah, and you can search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. You could watch it 24 hours a day, but it is live with a chat with Riz and all those guys going on. Yesterday, I heard 4 people on that thing. This is the race I was talking about, the 28th. It's about to be, it just happened. The 28th, it's happening, it just happened. 28th Sri Chimnoy Self-Transcendence 3,100-mile race. Athletes are able to test themselves in a format unlike any other ultra-marathon event. In order to meet their goal of 3,100 miles in 52 days, they must log an average of 59.6 miles per day. The runners begin at 6 a.m. and run for extended periods throughout the day. Now you say, oh, that's interesting. Where do they run? That's a long way to run. Well, the physical dimensions of the race is a 0.5488 mile loop around a sports field playground in high school in Jamaica, Queens.
Oh, my God.
52 days of running a half-mile loop until you hit. So you have to run that loop 6,200 times.
Nope.
I just did the math in my head. Around 6,200 times. And you have like a month to do it. And that I would like to see something on. There is a little like videos here, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people appeared to have participated and gotten over 2,000 miles. And it's 9 guys and 1 woman. And none of these guys look like any great shakes. One guy looks great shakes athletically. Everyone else, if you saw him, you would not assume that there's much going on. I have to imagine that might do more harm than good. that running 60 miles a day for 30 days or whatever it is, it might do a little more harm than good. You might be eating away at some muscle at that point. And I wonder how many calories you have to consume. Maybe, what do you think, that you would have to consume 7,000 calories a day to stay upright?
I have no idea. I do know that some people who start training for the marathon actually gain weight because they're taking in
an enormous amount of carbs.
So many calories, and you burn a lot while you're training, but not as many as you think. Not enough to offset the added fuel that you're taking in.
And they're doing that like scientifically, or they're just hungry?
No, they're just hungry.
Okay.
And because I mean, obviously, like super like high end marathoners, that doesn't happen to them. But if I were to start training for the marathon, like as an average person, I think there's a pretty good chance that you'd actually pack on a few pounds.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think that you could just, if you're normal and have like any fat stored, that you could probably, if you could finish the marathon, it would not require any special kind of caloric intake. I'm talking about running. I mean, it's a different thing, but 60 miles a day.
You have to. How do you balance that? How do you unload the fuel you need while you're running? I mean, is there a station there where you can stop and pick something up? I have no idea how this works.
And a lot of these dudes are vegan, and so
That's more difficult.
Yeah, it's more. But they say that they're because if you ever fall down the rabbit hole, these books are kind of interesting. I mean, these are incredible feats of, human will. A lot of the way that a lot of the reason these guys are plant-based is they think that their body can digest the food easier. Because one of the two big problems with these guys is that you can't sleep because there's just no time to sleep. So you have to get by on, 5 minutes, 2 minutes of sleep. And in stages, and then also consuming the amount of calories is very difficult while you're doing all this running, and also how your body reacts and digests the food is also a big deal. And as we've seen with the guy with the gap in between his teeth, that's from around here, that's got the big Instagram page, who crapped all over himself during the Boston Marathon, and our own Trenny, our friend Trenny, who went to the bathroom on herself during the Boston Marathon.
Yes.
We know...
What?
What?
But she was right near Newton Wellesley Hospital, so she was fine.
That's good. Well, I told you my friend Jay was...
Because they have a lot of towels there?
What I'm saying is she took a right turn and just went up that hill.
I know what you're talking about because my friend Jay was training for the Detroit Marathon, and this was probably 25 years ago, and he was running around Detroit training, and he got that happening. He started feeling like that was happening, like he was going to go to the bathroom in his pants. And as anyone hardly could he could say it's true. Jay went around trying doors.
Oh no!
And nothing was. It was all locked.
No, everything's locked.
It was all locked.
So the ballot questions yesterday in Massachusetts, I found something interesting here. Question 4 was the question whether to legalize psychedelic substances. It would, and again, if you voted yesterday, question 4 would legalize, regulate, and tax the sale of psychedelic substances found in mushrooms and plants for people 21 and older. This measure failed. The current votes: 1.7 million no, about 1.3 yes. So by a margin of 57% to 43%. No substances not legalized.
I voted yes. I just
voted,
want you to know.
I voted yes also. But when you go to the Boston Globe, and I'm sure the Herald has this and every paper will have this, you can go town by town and see which towns actually voted yes for the legalizing of substances. So,
and who's the man?
How did Natick vote? I'm curious.
Let's see if you guys can guess. There's only a handful of towns that voted yes for the legalizing of substances, and one that is going to make you very, very happy.
John, get the blacklight sales of and keep on trucking posters handy. And
yeah, we're going to cross-reference what towns sell a lot of Coke mirrors, and black lights. And those are the ones that voted yes on the psychedelics. All right. So what towns voted yes? Again, there weren't many.
What towns voted yes?
Yes.
Cambridge.
Very good, Fred. That is absolutely correct. Yeah. Cambridge voted that by a pretty wide margin here. Cambridge, 25,000 yes, 19,000 no.
Okay, is Alston part of Boston, or is Alston its own thing?
Alston is just going to be listed as part of Boston.
Brighton, too?
Okay, so I'm going to say Boston voted yes.
Ooh, the city of Boston. What were the final results here? I didn't even look at that one. Boston voted yes, 122,000 to 111,000. I was wrong. Fred was right. Congratulations. I didn't even think to look at Boston.
Okay, Boston, Cambridge,
every town on the New Hampshire border.
Methuen
is a yes.
No, I don't know.
Obviously, Groton.
Methuen is a pretty good guess. I'm going to double check that one. Methuen defeated the measure. No. There's another M
Fall
town.
River.
There's another M town that Billy Lanny. Anyone?
Malden.
That would be Medford.
Medford. Okay.
Is he Malden or Medford?
No, his brother was a police officer in Malden.
Did Everett vote yes or did anyone vote in Everett?
Everett voted no.
Yeah. That wasn't even really a guess.
Let me tell you something, Fred. You like rich hippies. You think they're the best people on the planet. What has a bigger collection of rich hippies and people who think that they're
Brookline?
super cool? No.
Not Brookline.
Think the islands.
Nantucket?
Nantucket voted yes on legalizing of
because I was going to say there's no way Brookline voted yes because they want the government just to have they're like Adam. They go, you take care of everything for me.
Interesting.
Adam? Isn't that right?
I was just back on Hardy. I was going to throw out the Fat Mike quote, never trust a hippie. They'll sell you bad drugs.
Yeah. Did you vote? How did you vote on question 4, Adam?
I was a yes as well.
Oh, I'm surprised. I always thought you wanted more government control.
East Hampton was a yes. Greenfield was a yes, along with Leverett, not Everett, Medford. Mount Washington. I already mentioned Nantucket. Right.
Don't you think it's odd, though,
Northampton,
logically, that you can't grow a certain type of mushroom? Like, you can grow all these, like, you could have, like, by the way, they're disgusting. Any place that grows mushrooms is obviously, they're fungus, so the conditions needed to grow them are disgusting. Have you ever seen anyone that used to drive down to Ohio or something and go out to the fields and pick mushrooms under cow crap? They, like, literally grow under cow crap. But it just seems odd to me that the government can go, you can't grow this particular kind of fungus. You can grow all these other types of funguses, but you cannot grow this fungus. This fungus I don't like, so you can't grow it.
Where is Leverett, Massachusetts?
I have no idea where.
It's got to be out beyond Worcester somewhere.
I have no
I don't
idea
know, but ladies, go to Hinge. I'm on it.
One town in particular.
I'll drive to Leverett.
Few towns on the Cape did vote yes, including one way out on the Cape.
Oh, Provincetown.
There you go. Fred knows.
Well, as long as amyl nitrate is legal, let's not be picky.
Right.
Yeah, because I can tell you,
I'm going to open up, you know what? That's my retirement plan, a seasonal Poppers pop-up store. And I'm just going to be open from Memorial Day to Labor Day. I bet it would do very well.
You see, what I would do is I would open it up just on Labor Day so you could stock up for next year. Because I would imagine that, or stock up from when you get back. I'm going to guess that the Brookline defeated it by 85%.
Not as much as you would think. I double-checked it here. I'll go back to it here, but I was kind of surprised at the Brookline numbers. They voted no, almost 15,000. Yes was almost 12,000.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Yeah, it was very close.
I wonder if they said that if you do I will vote yes if you throw a mask in with it.
Buckland was very close. Any idea where Buckland is?
No, I've never heard of that town.
They had like 1,000 people who voted.
Well, it's like a compound, like Hippie Jimmy's compound. Hey, man, everything's cool. We make our own soap. All right, and then the MCAS got voted down.
Yes, just to clarify on that, Fred, because you'd mentioned it earlier, the question 2 repealed the requirement that students pass the MCAS. The MCAS is still to be administered in grades 3, 8, and 10, but you no longer have to take and pass the MCAS in order to graduate. There will be other educational requirements put in place to guarantee kids are graduating with all of the knowledge they need.
But I would have to imagine, though, that they don't have to teach specifically for the MCAS.
Correct. They don't have
anymore.
to teach toward it, which frees up resources. And just a real quick note, which is important that a lot of people don't realize is your kid doesn't have to take the MCAS. The state is legally required to administer it, but your kid can opt out of it and it will not be that's not just for 10th grade, 3rd, 8th, or 10th grade. A kid can opt out, and there's no penalty to the kid, and there's no penalty to the parents.
I remember this being a point of contention with my daughter when she was in school. It's like, so and so isn't taking it. Why do I have to take it? I said, I don't know, because you do. You're in school. You're there to take the test. I don't know why, but this is one of these parenting moments where I'm just going to go ill-informed and say, "Nah, you're going to school and you're taking the test they're making you take." And I'll investigate this by next family.
Well, now you
know. But for you, just go to school and take the test.
Good for you, Hardy. You're a good dad, unlike Adam, who's just letting his kids run wild.
Good for you
not
preparing
taking
for the future
tests
like that. That was good.
How dare you? Tip minimum wage did not pass, and the people that voted for it just thought they were doing something good when they were doing something bad. And for some reason, the Ride App people are allowed to unionize, so God bless you.
The one real landslide was the authorizing the state auditor to audit the legislature.
Yeah, I didn't even know what was going on with that, but I'm like, let it. I go, let it happen.
So I read one thing about all these measures. This is literally one long article about all the measures a couple weeks ago. And that one seemed to be the most obvious one. Why wouldn't you vote for that?
I felt the same way.
Yeah.
And then I voted for that dude with the goatee for Senate just to make a statement.
John Deaton.
Yeah, just to make a statement.
Lost big.
That it's
nice.
Listen, man. I know I can sleep. I slept well last night knowing that I
fought the good fight.
I voted for a guy I've never heard of.
Good for you.
I don't care for that Elizabeth Warren.
Okay.
She bugs me. She seems shrill. She seems like someone that would live in Brookline. That's how I vote.
I see.
I voted for I had no idea who he was. And then I left everything blank. The only thing I really wanted out of this whole thing, because, I mean, listen.
Oh, you leave some blank?
Yeah. Like everyone was running unopposed.
Yeah, if you run unopposed, why would I vote for? I mean, seriously, what good is my vote going to do?
I can't stand the unchecked boxes. It's a little OCD thing. I'm like,
I have no problem
anyway.
leaving boxes unchecked.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're running unopposed, you don't need my vote. Seriously,
unless you're writing in your name. And I thought about running my name in for Senate just to see if anyone else did it. Like if anyone else randomly had done it and I got like 4 votes. That it would be in the paper, and then I should tell my parents I was a politician.
I did. Did you get the email or the tweet yesterday? Somebody did write you in for president.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
No, well, that's a waste of.
That's one vote for president for Fred Toucher.
That's why Trump won Massachusetts, is because you did that. I'll tell you this: is that I voted for the guy with the goatee, just to unify with men with goatees. And then the MCAS thing was the only thing that I was concerned about, really.
Yeah, here's the email from Craig, and he said, always got your back, Freddie T, or from Chase, as he signed his email.
Oh, and he spelled it right?
He spelled it in there,
yeah.
the correct spelling, and that's who he voted for president.
God bless him. God bless you, sir. I should have written my name in. I knew I wasn't going to do it for president, but I should have written my name in for Senate.
Yeah, he would have gotten as many votes as the guy you actually voted for.
He did better than I thought he would. All right, so there you go. Trump is president again, and there's no MCAS requirements. So those are the things that we needed to know. And the dumb tipped minimum wage thing did not pass. I don't know one server that told me that was a good idea. They all told me that was a terrible, terrible, terrible idea, that it was going to cost a ton of servers jobs because it was going to run these guys out of business. All right, we will be back. Mark Daniels, our good friend Mark Daniels, who covers the Patriots, will be joining us in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and...
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
I mean, I think that's for all rookies that there are going to be ups and downs. And, as we said earlier in the season, you just look for progress for guys to get better every single week.
Hey, we're Judge Hardy. Chris Forsberg will be in studio today. How exciting. He will be in studio at 8 o'clock.
Big game tonight for the Celtics. Big early season game for the Celtics.
I would have liked to have gone to that game. I would have liked to take my son to that game.
Why don't you go?
I don't know. I already bought tickets to Tower of the Creator, and we're going to the Detroit Thanksgiving game, so I don't know. Mark Daniels covers the Patriots for Mass Live, and he joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Mark.
Good morning. All right, the trade deadline is come and gone, and obviously the Cowboys are the big winners. So now that we know that, we have to get to the local team, though. Were you surprised about the lack of activity from the Patriots selling?
You know what? I wasn't, because I think the players they really wanted to sell were KJ Osborne and Tyquan Thornton. And truthfully, those guys are not productive, right? I mean, you see Mike Williams getting traded for a fifth. Deontay Johnson got traded for a pick swap that was, a sixth and a fifth. It really seemed like a buyer's market. And even like Tre'Davious White, for example, you can kind of say an over-the-hill injured former Pro Bowl cornerback essentially got traded for free, right? It was like pick swaps for seventh-round picks. When you see stuff like that, it's like, all right, who's actually going to trade for KJ Osborne? I mean, KJ Osborne has caught 41% of his passes. He's averaging under 10 yards a game. Tyquan Thornton is catching 50% of his passes, averaging 8 yards a game. Like, these are average players with no production in a market that teams weren't willing to spend for even receivers who had production. So I really wasn't surprised. And you think about some of the other guys who teams would want, right? Kyle Duggar, Jonathan Jones, Devon Godchow. I don't think it makes any sense to trade those guys.
Well,
I mean,
that leads me to my point here. Yeah. I was reading Diana Rossini during the day, and she was saying that the Patriots were, in her words, taking calls on Godchow and Duggar. And I'm thinking, all right, I thought these guys were supposed to be, franchise cornerstones, for lack of a better phrase, considering how bad this team is. Were the Patriots actually listening?
I mean, you can pick up the phone and say, hey, how's it going? You can listen, but I don't think the Patriots ever seriously considered trading Kyle Duggar. That shocked me. I really don't think the Patriots were going to trade Kyle Duggar unless someone was going to do something stupid. And that's kind of the qualifier. And I think it's almost like a bit disingenuous to say the Pats were shopping Kyle Duggar because they weren't. Sure, if you're another team, you look at the Pats roster and you say, oh, yeah, I need some help against the run. I'll take Devon Godchow. Oh, yeah, a safety in their prime who's under contract. Yeah, I'll take Kyle Duggar. But from the Pats standpoint, Kyle Duggar is one of your best players. And had you traded him, all of a sudden, strong safety becomes a need. Devon Godchow is by far your best nose tackle. You have him signed through 2026. I mean, hell, you have him and Christian Barmore paired up for the next 2-3 seasons. But you trade Devon Godchow, now nose tackle becomes a need. And you look at this Patriots roster, and it's horrible, right? They lack depth. They lack top-end talent. They need to basically sort of blow up their receiver room. They need to start over on the offensive line. They have so many needs going into next offseason. It's like, why create another need when the return is so minimal for actual good players who are getting traded? So, yeah, unless someone was going to do something stupid, I honestly don't think the Pats were going to trade someone of note.
So in the macro on all this, Mark, if you're looking at this team and the way they're thinking about it for the next few years, the reluctance to move certain players or maybe listening to calls on a few but not really engaging in talks, where do you think, or what do you think they're thinking in terms of a timeline? They're not ready to move good players, and like you said, create holes at safety and a couple other positions where they've got some strength right now. Do you think they're thinking, yeah, we're doing this because we can be competitive in a year or 2 years, or is it longer than that?
I think this is unfortunately probably a 3-year rebuild. And I mean, I think they need 3 draft classes, and it's so, the roster is so bad that you have to hit on 3 draft classes, right? And that's even talk about this year's draft class. And I'm concerned because outside of Drake May, your next impactful rookie is Del Pettis, an undrafted free agent. And you have a bad roster and your draft picks aren't making an impact. That's not a good sign for me for this draft class. But you need 3 strong draft classes. You need to hit it out of the park in free agency. But to me, this looks like a 3-year rebuild if things go right. Like maybe you show improvement next year and you hope by, 2026 you can be a, fringe playoff contender. It doesn't look good. I guess the sort of shiny object for everyone to stare at, though, is Drake May. Can he convince players in free agency to come, and can you get your act together in the draft? Because right now, you look at Jalen Polk, he's not playing well, and the guy you passed over, Ladd McConkey, guys, has over 500 receiving yards. There's no one on the Patriots roster who has 500 receiving yards. He was there. You traded down a couple spots, and the Chargers took him. So I think the Pats just have to hit the draft really, really hard. And if they do it right, I think 3 years.
What happened to Jalen Polk, who was, by all accounts, a productive receiver at the University of Washington, the guy who was not Rome Odunze, but still worthy of being taken in that vicinity? His character issues, there were none. In college, I was reading up on this a few weeks ago. He didn't have any character issues. He gets here, he drops a ton of balls, and he gets upset and is a problem. What has happened to him?
I have to think there's like some mental hurdles, as Gerard Mayo said, weeks back, and he denied. Like, I'm not lying when I say this. Jalen Polk was one of the best rookie receivers I've ever seen in training camp. Honestly, probably neck and neck with Demario Douglas. He was consistent. He made good catches. He almost never dropped the ball. It was like every day in camp, he did something, and he was one of their best red zone threats. So it wasn't a shock to me to see that they worked him into the starting lineup really quick this year. But what was a shock to me is that didn't carry over. And if you want to be a draft and develop team like Elliott Wolf and Gerard Mayo have said, that's fine. You need to develop these guys. And Jalen Polk's getting worse. So for me, I go back to something mentally is going on with him clearly, because what we saw in the summer was, I think all of us say, hey, this is a guy who could be like, Jacoby Myers-esque, right? He's like a decent route runner. He has good hands. He seems like a really good person on and off the field. I definitely got Jacoby Myers vibes from him watching him, and seeing him just go backwards is just a killer for the Patriots. They really thought he would be a stable guy. It's one of those players you draft, you say, all right, he has a high floor. Well, if it doesn't look like that right now, it's not a good sign, guys. But I think what the Pats have to do, especially coming out of the trade deadline, is you have to get Jalen Polk right, and you have to get him started, because he showed early on in the summer he could be a good player. So to me, it's certainly concerning, and hopefully this inexperienced coaching staff can get him on the right track.
Yeah, do you see the coaching staff growing at all in terms of in-game? There was controversy about not going for 2 at the end of regulation in that Tennessee game. There's been some questions about play calling. What's your take on how that's been evolving as the season goes on?
I think the thing that worries me is just you don't see a lot of players getting better, and you don't necessarily see the Patriots improving, which is what you want in the middle of the season, right? You want to see them learn from their mistakes and not repeat them, have good drives before the end of the half and not repeat those same errors. And it seems like there's just a lot of repeat mistakes on this. I mean, for example, the wind thing in overtime, I don't think it's overblown. I think Gerard Mayo messed up. I mean, Nick Folk at one point was kicking balls through the end zone, and it's Nick Folk who really struggles to kick off at times. Like, there was a clear wind pattern there, and having Drake May throw into the wind after losing the toss, to me, it was a poor decision by a rookie head coach. And then, like, for example, starting Layden Robinson right now leads the team in sacks allowed. You put him in there at right guard against Jeffrey Simmons, the best defensive tackle, only to bench him and move your best offensive lineman, Mike Uwenu, to right guard. To me, it was like, all right, why didn't you start the game with Uwenu at right guard when you know Jeffrey Simmons is on the other side? So I'd say I'm concerned, because we don't see improvements. I'm concerned because these younger players aren't developing like you hope they would. So, second half of the season, you have to hope that this, young head coach and young coaching staff can learn from their mistakes and they can grow, as you hope the younger players do.
Yeah, I even go back to the not going for 2 to try and win that game, because we talked about it in the aftermath, and we thought, all right, you don't have any timeouts and you're kind of gassed. If you had decided early on in that drive that this is what we're going to do, and that was the plan all along when you're marching down the field, you may not even have to worry about overtime, but I don't think that's part of the calculus for Mayo or maybe this coaching staff right now. They're kind of learning as they go. Mayo certainly is the first-time head coach, and these are the things that you hope he'll be able to develop into, because that would have been an interesting option, but I don't think it was an option because they hadn't made their decision on that before they got down there and actually scored.
And I think the Pats were having so many issues on the offensive line, especially run blocking, that even putting the ball, 2 yards away from the end zone probably gave them pause. I mean, hell, it took Drake May nearly 12 seconds, to score from the 5-yard line. And I wonder if their confidence was shot a little bit. But I agree, like, you go for it and you fail, the storyline is just different, right? It's like, well, at least you tried, right? It's like, hey, at least you went for it.
Yeah.
Good for them. It's like there was almost no downside to that, especially with the defense, because your run defense is poor, and you kind of knew
this season in general.
Right? Yeah.
All right. So, what do you think? You're concerned about coaching. There's no way they're firing Mayo.
Right.
Do you think these coordinators are back, or do you think they'll be able to lure someone into the fold? Because that was very difficult last offseason.
Yeah, well, I think DeMarcus Covington is certainly staying. He was he's a young, from the outside, he was viewed as like a promising defensive coordinator, like coach, like a prospect. He would have had more interviews last year. So I definitely think he stays. I'd like to see Gerard Mayo have his hand in that a little bit more. Offense, I'm really fascinated, because I think the worst thing you can do for a rookie quarterback is continuously switch his offensive coordinator and his quarterback coach, like we saw with Mac Jones, right? 3 and 3 years. You can't do that. But if you think you can upgrade over Alex Van Pelt, maybe it's the best thing for him. I need to see more from Alex Van Pelt in the final, whatever it is, the final second half of this season here. There's a part of me that would be surprised if they made a drastic shift, but if things continue to trend backwards, maybe they go that way. But I think for right now, if you ask me, I would say there are changes on the coaching staff. Do they make a changes at their offensive line coach or the receiver coach? Receivers don't seem to be improving. The offensive linemen don't necessarily seem to be improving. And for me, that's more of an indictment on their coaching. And I go back to it, the Pats offensive line coaching search, they didn't get their top candidate. He went to Cleveland to replace their longtime O-line coach. And what happens, the Cleveland's assistant offensive line coach then comes to New England. So it's one of those things where Gerard Mayo's staff, he didn't get a lot of his first choices. Certainly at OC, not at O-line. I mean, hell, even his special teams coach, it wasn't his first choice. So I think it's something he's going to have to really deduce over the second half of the season. What changes do I make? Maybe you keep AVP because he has a good thing going at Drake May, but at the very least, I think you need to make some changes, from the position coach standpoint.
Does Taekwon Underwood, is his hair still?
I'm sorry.
Taekwon Underwood, is he still got that high top fade, the kid and play thing happening? Because I'm looking at the coaching staff right now, and he might seriously have a foot of kid from Kid and Play's hair. Does he still have that?
Oh, that's a really good question. Yes, I believe so. I believe he does.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just saying this is 1989. And I'm letting this thing go. I wonder if he can hold his foot and jump over his leg. That would be something. All right, listen, Mark Daniels, thank you for the information. You did a great job, and it will be interesting to judge these things as the season goes on. Thank you so much for the time, sir. Read him on Mass Live, who has a wonderful article about me up there as well.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Mark Daniels.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate
Taekwon Underwood is one of the only players, if not the only player, that got cut the night before the Super Bowl. Do you remember this? Taekwon Underwood was a wide receiver for the Patriots. Belichick cut him on the day before the Super Bowl.
Well, listen, I mean,
I don't know
he was
why.
standing in front of a 23-year-old woman.
Oh, is that right? Was he on a beach?
No. But he said, "I'll do whatever you say."
Okay.
Hey,
I thought he just meant that Taekwon Underwood was blocking Bill's view of a 23-year-old. Oh, you get out of the way. You're off the team.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taekwon Underwood, by the way, could not fit a helmet. And when you say, I'm not joking. Taekwon, as his head is currently constructed with that high top fade, could not. I mean, I'm not joking. I mean,
that's a real commitment.
That is, that's the equivalent of like a white guy having hair down to your knees.
Yeah, I'm just whenever I see hair like that, I wonder what's the upkeep? How much time are you devoting?
Lots.
That's
lots
to get out the front door after sleeping.
Yeah,
got to be at least an hour.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I'd like to talk to him about that. If we could get Taekwon Underwood on,
maybe it's not that bad.
He's assistant. Oh no, I think that maintain
you think there's
it.
some apparatus in place that keeps it okay while you're sleeping,
like a net, net situation.
We don't know.
Isn't it funny that we don't know? Because
that is immediately what I questioned. Though I was watching Brady on the Lions game the other day, and he had that 3 days stubble going on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, this whole thing like he doesn't care.
Yes.
I'm like, oh no, it's more to maintain that and that perfect level of beard and to get it just right than it would be just to shave.
It's like the Don Johnson from Miami Vice.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's like,
have that.
oh no,
Yeah.
it's got to be absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so much work to appear like you're not working at it.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's no dye or anything involved. All right, when we come back, Stephen A. Smith is embroiled in controversy and sex. We will have that for you in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines. other.
This is why you need us.
98.5, the Sports Hub. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
I got bad news for Kevin Durant. If you're expecting me to reciprocate with that kind of pettiness and childishness, it's not going to happen. Kevin Durant was one.
This is a bathroom conversation that's made it to the air. Yeah.
Right. Well, the three of you hanging out with John together?
No, just me and Adam.
I was not there. I was hoping for something from House Party, but this is all right.
This is an house party.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Oh, no, maybe it's not.
That little dance move is unsettling. Yeah.
But it sure is funky. You know, and then you grab your foot and you jump over your leg. I can do that in the pool, I was telling Adam.
I was saying I used to try to do it at every middle school dance, and I only pulled it off like once.
Yeah, if you get me in the pool, like back when I belonged to the JCC, if you let me loose in that pool,
yeah,
I could grab. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Kid and Play, there was a famous dance that they did where they would grab their left foot, so their bottom half of the leg was horizontal to the ground, and then they would jump over it with their right foot, and it was a big thing. And very difficult to do. In fact, pull over if you're in your car and get out on the side of the road and try to jump over your leg.
If you were to try that,
especially if you're old.
If you were to try that now and really, really give it an attempt, what amount of padding would you require on the floor before you tried it?
I'm not overly afraid of falling just off my feet. Like that wouldn't. I don't know if I need any padding.
Oh,
because you've had the terrible wheelbarrow accident or
the
treadmill accident.
Treadmill accident. But that wasn't me just falling. That was a violent, very fast. I didn't know it was happening. Fall. This is something where it's like I'm going to attempt something. I'm going to fall down. Would tumbling mats be enough to ensure me that I won't get hurt? I think I'm going to need something more than tumbling mats. I'm going to need something along the lines of like what the motocross riders use when they're trying to do the triple backflip. I'm going to need that type of cushion when I land.
Sure. Yeah, my father is a big fan of falling, and now when he falls, like who knows what's going to happen. At one point, he fell and there was blood pouring out of his nose and mouth. And when my mom, they got an ambulance, which the ambulance people know my parents. Not joking, they know my parents. And they took my dad to the hospital, and this was all happening without me knowing about it. And then, like, let's say 18 hours after this incident, I get a call from my mom, or I called my mom, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, oh, nothing. Your father's in the hospital. And I said, what happened? And she's like, well, he fell, but his stomach, a hole in his stomach opened and he went septic. Was it septic?
Septic, yeah.
Where blood was rushing into his, like out of his organs, and like there was stuff rushing out of his organs. And he got to the hospital and they fixed it. It wasn't tough to fix because it was just a hole in his stomach because of all the Anacin he had been taking. He'd been taking Anacin.
I didn't know they still made that.
He had been taking Anacin for 60 years. And the Anacin made a hole in his stomach, but it was easy to solder. But they told her he was moments away from dying. So my parents thought
How'd
that
your mom
was
take that, by the way?
Oh, she didn't care. No. She didn't care. They're so used to it now. They don't tell me when anything happens because
they just live life near death.
Yeah, well, the good news is that none of it is the same thing. You know, because the bad news is if you keep going to the hospital for the same thing. But my father had to give himself his own catheter this year. Was having to self-administer a catheter. And he's huge. So that was a big catheter.
Yeah, right on.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Good for you.
You know?
Fred, I'm telling you, you are probably your next checkup after you're 50. Next time you go in for a physical, you will get the question, if you haven't already, have you fallen down? Have you taken any falls? And I got it the first time a couple of years ago, and I said, what do you mean? Like riding a bike? He goes, no, have you just like fallen down recently?
Yep.
Like, what the hell are you talking about? He said, this is the age where we start asking.
Yeah,
if you
50 is
falling
the
down.
50 is the first one that bugged me. Like 40 didn't bug me, 30 certainly didn't bug me. I was excited to be 21. I because I was 30, like, and I was about to have kids. Like, none of that bothered me. 40 didn't bother me. 50 is like a problem. And then my mother called me yesterday. I called my mother, and I was talking to my mom. I could talk 2-3 times a week, and I was talking to her, and she's like, "What do you?" She goes, "I swear." I was driving home from here. She goes, "Hi. Oh, Freddie, I wanted to talk to you about this because I know you probably don't have anything to do for your 50th birthday. Like, you have no friends or anything." So I was
No family.
So yeah, so she's like, and I'm like, "Oh, is she gonna ask to come up, or do I want to do something?" And she's like, "I know that you want to go to spring training with Milo. Like, I'll just pay. We'll pay for some of that." And I'm like, "Oh, huh." But I'm like, "Thank you. You didn't need to start off with, I know you don't have anything going on for your 50th birthday."
We were going to take you out to Cheesecake Factory.
Well, now I'm just gonna know you're gonna be doing it out of obligation.
It's too late now. You
Feeling of
shouldn't have said
obligation.
anything.
Yeah.
We had it all planned, and now you spoiled it.
Well, he's not going to be here. He's going to spring training.
No. That's not for my.
His
That's
birthday's
not
in
on.
January.
My birthday's in January. You didn't know that?
Yeah, but we were going to do it later. We weren't going to do it around your
Good
birthday.
save.
My birthday's January 16th. I'll probably just be at the AFC Championship game checking out those JETS.
I mentioned this last January 16th. Late one night, I ordered one of those tornado videos. Back when you used to order videos, I ordered the Trials of Life videos.
Yeah.
When I was in college, no less, and had no money to be spending. I'm like, I really want to see that killer whale eat that seal. And be able to rewind it and watch it whenever I want. I ordered a tornado video online, and in that video, they said that January 16th, at the time, this is many years ago, was the only date where no tornado had been recorded anywhere in the United States. Visit tornadoes are not just a springtime phenomenon. They have occurred on every date on the calendar in the United States, except for January 16th. I don't know if that still holds true, but that was the one date there had never been a tornado in this country.
What a fun fact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's as if Mother Nature has stopped to celebrate you.
And yesterday I had Rucker calling me. He's called me, like, he doesn't call a lot. He called me yesterday and he goes, "All right, dude. Bottom line, Iron Maiden, Worcester, tomorrow night. You know what I mean? It's going to be like big. You in? No, I'm not going to Worcester to see Iron Maiden tomorrow. What planet is this on? Iron Maiden, Worcester, you in? No, I'm not in."
Apparently, the streak has been broken.
On January 16th?
Yes.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yes.
And the first one was probably about 7 years after I ordered that video. January 16th of 2000, southeastern Washington, and there's been 2 more since then on January 16th.
It's the 2023 in Iowa.
You guys are really good. You guys are really all in on this thing, and then you turned off "Run to the Hills" before it even said the white man came across the sea. Adam's not even paying attention. He's all riled up.
Got Chris Forsberg in here.
I know,
right?
but
So-
you stopped playing "Run to the Hills."
Wow, there he is.
I mean, you had that going, and then, I mean, Jesus. All right, very good. All right, get out of here with that stuff. All right, it's too late. Forsberg already ruined something, and he's here. All right, we'll be back with Chris Forsberg in studio.
Let's make him stay in the other studio.
Yeah, you stay over there.
You use Adam's mic.
Yeah, Jesus, stay away from us. All right, we'll be back.
Toucher and Hardy. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Be handsome. I used to wear a headband a lot, but it's a thing between me and D. White where, we did it a few times last year and the year before that. And we have an agreement between the two of us. Like on a random day, if one of us walk in and say, yo, we got to wear a headband today, the other one got to agree. So I made the call today, so I'll be waiting, for him to tell me the next time we got to wear a headband.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Simply search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Chris Forsberg is here. We've never met.
Good to see you in person.
Only 16 years.
Yeah, 16 years that we've been talking on the radio.
Crazy.
And we've never met.
Amazing.
But he covers the Celtics for NBC Sports Boston. He's very fit.
You were doubting me.
In person, he's very fit. He's wearing shorts, even though it's early.
And he's got a luscious tan still.
Yeah.
This is the golfer tan. You're familiar, right?
That's a Myrtle Beach tan.
I would like to mention that the hair legitimately still stands up, even at this hour. Good for you.
I didn't know if that was on purpose.
Didn't even take time this morning to get it up for you.
Don't worry, it's only YouTube.
Thank you.
It's not TV, it's YouTube. Don't worry about it. No one will see it. Talking Green with Chris Forsberg is presented by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. Chris joins us in studio. Now, Chris, what was this? You were the first call-in ever on the Sports Hub with us?
So I tried. I went back and I tried to figure it out. There was one. I think you had like a national guest in like the 6 o'clock hour, but I vividly remember I was in Philadelphia for Patriots Tom Brady preseason game. I forget if it was maybe the first year after he had his surgery, or it was a big deal back then. And I was the 7 o'clock guest, and so I remember being like, one, who are these people? Because you guys were new to the market, but I was also nervous because I hadn't done a lot of radio to that point, and so I just remember sitting in my buddy's apartment and being very, very nervous. And then I went off to ESPN shortly after, and you guys, I guess I couldn't do your network for a while.
Yes, that's very true.
And I felt bad about that. I think I actually reached out to you, and because I wanted to still do it. It was part of the reason maybe ESPN Boston didn't survive. And then all these years later.
Yeah,
I found my way back.
And what's interesting is in 2009, we'd been in market for 3 years, and Chris was unaware of that.
Yeah.
So it just shows you the power.
That's true. What was it? The station was new?
The station was new in 2009.
But but listen, it just shows you the power of WBCN. I can't believe that went away. Adam, it's your fault. I blame you as Adam.
And I was
counting.
I was a BCN guy too. Well, I was more of an FNX guy, but we don't have.
Oh, Adam ruined that too.
Yeah.
Adam has been on 3 rock stations. All 3 of them have gone down. Now,
he's absolutely right. August 13th was a Thursday, and it was the Eagles, and that all matches up.
Well, of course he remembers. It was one of the great moments of his life.
Watershed moment.
You know who else was on that show? And I'm not joking. The Mad Fisherman, Charlie Moore.
I remember that. No, I remember that.
He was the national guest you had on at 6 a.m.
I don't think we would have buried him at 6. I think that if you get Charlie Moore, you're having
that
him
was
on,
before we kind of figured things out.
So the Fisherman got the 8 o'clock hour, and I was relegated.
Yeah, the Fisherman was later. I think the Fisherman was in the 9 o'clock.
I think that
we had to wait till he woke up.
The Fisherman was in the 9 o'clock.
Seriously,
we did not seek out the Fisherman. The Fisherman was Charlie Moore had happened to have something going on and reached out to us.
That was affectionately known back then as a cram down. That's what that was.
And then I realized, why are we talking to this person?
Yeah. And I think Charlie Moore is still convinced that he has hair like Chris Forsberg's because he wears it as Forsberg wears his, but it has a very different effect.
Have you seen his Emmy collection? I am not here to talk smack. He wins every year.
Oh,
I know, Chris. Emmys for paid program?
Who's he up against?
I think against us. Like a lot, I think I've lost to Charlie Moore at some point.
Chris, there's nothing more elusive than a local Emmy. I mean, I got to tell you, in the pay, the ratio of how much more money you'll make per local Emmy is really something. I mean, the local Emmys is like your friends in real estate that are on social media. They have like 1,000 awards. There's no one that gets awards like real estate people. My friend Scott Schneiderman is just he's like Michael Jordan. He's the Michael Jordan of Chicago real estate. All he does is everyone in real estate is always achieving some incredible honor that
It's
only
right
they
at the
can
bottom
achieve.
Of their photo. I've seen that. I have a guy
Schneiderman
like
just puts up like lending. You know how many times lending rates have never been better, John? He is a Scott
Now's
Schneiderman.
the time to buy.
Scott Schneiderman, who I went to high school with, is a big wig like mortgage guy or real estate guy in Chicago, and he can't stop winning awards.
Now that the kids are back in school, it's time for you to focus on moving.
And he's like, I threw the first pitch out at the White Sox game, and I'm like, wow, I wonder what he did. Like if he like donated like all this money to charity or something. And then I saw, and he was one of many that like, and there was no one at the place.
Yeah.
And plus, it was Leah Sox.
Yeah, there were 300
historically
people
bad.
there. Yeah,
historically bad. All right, Chris. As we lean into this season, I'm going to ask you something. Is there anyone that you have seen play basketball this year that you think is in the Eastern Conference that's in the orbit of the Celtics right now?
No, you took away my answer when you said only Eastern Conference. So like all off season, I heard like the East is so much better. Like I'm sure we did it on this program at some point, and I was like, are we sure? Like on paper, a lot of those teams look better. Philly, Paul George is better than Tobias Harris. That should be better. You look at the Knicks and the moves they made, but I don't know. Watching it so far, when you think only 2 teams over 500 at this point, and like the Cavs look good, but am I convinced they could be a legitimate playoff threat on the level of the Celtics when they're healthy? Probably not. I do think some of these teams will be better than they've shown thus far, but I am not convinced that anyone is in the orbit of the Celtics at this point. Except, like, if you go out west, like Oklahoma City,
right?
You could throw Denver in the mix if they ever figure it out. Their depth is suspect.
I wanted to ask you about Cleveland, who is off to another great start. Cleveland's undefeated. They're the
Yeah,
undefeated
8-0.
team in the East, and they looked really good. We saw this. We've heard this song before. They've been really good early, but it just seems like Cleveland's playing more people. They're a big team, which gives the Celtics trouble sometimes. And there's an argument to be had that if Donovan Mitchell hadn't gotten hurt in the playoffs last year, the Celtics would have had a much more difficult time getting rid of them in the second round. All I'm saying is, you say there's nobody out there. The Knicks will be better. What about Cleveland?
Yeah, I would throw Cleveland into that mix, mostly because of Donovan Mitchell. But I will say this, like I always say, because he's a proven playoff guy, that scares me. He's been on the big stage. He's pretty much single-handedly willed that team when he was in Utah and even with the Cavs now to be competitive in series. But they're still a little bit young. They're, Mobley looks great, but like how will he respond in the playoffs? And they got to stay healthy. So like there's a lot of things that go into it, but yeah, I mean, like, look, I hate to overreact to small sample sizes, but if you had to pick right now, you would say, yeah, Cavs are probably the most, I don't even want to say dangerous, but like scary right now, just the way they're playing. I mean, I was watching the game against the Bucks the other night, and no Giannis, but Lillard goes nuts, and they're down late, and I said, okay, is Donovan Mitchell going to have to carry them through the stretch? And it wasn't. It was, Jared Allen had some big plays. Garland made some plays.
Yeah.
So, I like their depth, and I do think there's somebody to watch. But we saw this last year. They were up at the top of the Eastern Conference for a good stretch and then came back to earth a little bit. So you just got to figure out if, I need more time to say they're for real. I know the Celtics are for real. I need to see if the Cavs are legit.
You mentioned the youth with Cleveland. I think that's kind of what you saw, come into play a little bit. But when you're comparing them to the Celtics and the depth, talking about a team that doesn't even have Porzingis back yet, and his current issues notwithstanding, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, generally pretty healthy guys. And if you've got that 1-2 punch and guys who are coming into their own as players,
Peyton Pritchard, for example.
I mean, you can start with Tatum and Brown. How are they playing as 27, 28-year-olds? Oh, like superstars are supposed to play in this league when they're 27, 28 years old. Check. You still have Drew Holiday, Derek White on this team. Now you have Peyton Pritchard, to your point, John, who is playing like he's going to be sixth man of the year. And you don't even have Porzingis back yet. It's tough to argue against the Celtics in terms of depth and a nice balance of maturity and a little bit of youthfulness, guys who are right on the cusp becoming, mature players that seem to have things figured out.
I'd probably feel stronger about how good Cleveland is if it wasn't for the fact that the Celtics are just that much better, it seems, than everybody else. Now, again, health is a great equalizer. They got to stay healthy. I think one of the things we forget is last year, besides Porzingis, Drew Holiday missed a couple games, I think, with like a knee or something like that. And, Al obviously gets brought along. But most of the time they were healthy. So, even as we kind of see now with Jalen, but the flip side of that is, you can throw Peyton Pritchard out there and more opportunity. And, man, he could be a starter on a lot of these Eastern Conference teams that if he was given the opportunity. And could he further spread his wings? I don't know. I just feel like there's a real gap that still exists. And I think I knew that coming in, but it's been accentuated through the first 8 games here. And it's on the Celtics. As long as they stay healthy, they don't seem like the complacency thing's an issue. We'll find out a little bit more tonight, too, like a more emotional game against a team that maybe still owns a little bit of real estate from 22, and we'll see how they react to that.
Yeah, let's talk about Golden State. They're 6-1. They're a better team than they were last year. They have secondary scoring. Because they got Buddy Hield, who can shoot from anywhere, my friend. But they do have secondary scoring now. They seem to be a better team than they were. Where do you have Golden State? Do you have Golden State? Oklahoma City obviously is like an elite team. Do you have Golden State kind of like in a comeback mood this year, or are they too old?
I think they have the potential. Once you've won it, you know how to do it. So I feel like that gives them an advantage, even over a team like Oklahoma City, where on the playoffs it's just a different beast. Like, you got to be able to own that moment, and the Warriors have done that. Their defense has been really good this year. But we're going to find out. This stretch for the Warriors goes something like Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City. So, Steph's coming back at a tough time. He's got to play probably the 3 best teams in the NBA in a row. And we'll find out if this record is them feasting on the Wizards and some other inferior teams, or if this is like they're legit and they've got something here. Buddy Hield, it's so weird. He just hasn't worked anywhere else. Like, he scores, but it's been kind of empty calorie. And now here, kind of filling the Clay role has worked. So, I can't discount that they can find it and tap into something, but age will play a factor, and like keeping Steph healthy is probably the biggest, and Draymond out of trouble, all that sort of thing.
Well, by the way, you're right. They have Boston, at Cleveland, at OKC, and Dallas.
Unreal, right? Like,
just
one of the most treacherous stretches I can ever remember. And it's so funny because talking to some people from Golden State, there's a lot of hype around that game tonight, more so us with Tatum and how Steve Kerr will react. But they're looking at this stretch like this will define how good this team is.
Well, I'll tell you this. According to the ESPN rankings, they're playing the first, second, third, and 6 best teams in the NBA all in a row.
And with Steph on like a minute restriction. I feel bad for them.
Well,
he's on a minute restriction.
He's coming off an ankle injury.
Okay, so if he's on a minute restriction tonight.
He played 24 the other day. I would suspect that would go up. One of these games where a lot of eyeballs.
They said that they would increase the minutes against Boston.
He'll play
no one
30
knows
minutes.
how much that is. Yeah. It could be 30.
You
like
get
Chris
free
said.
tickets, Jonathan, or no?
No, I do not. I do not get free tickets. That did not come with the perk. I wish I did.
How often do you have to explain that to people that we do not?
Many. Many times.
It's a daily thing. It's like, hi, I'm Chris. Nice to meet you. No, I can't get you tickets.
Yeah, people always just look at me like I'm a huge loser when they're like, well, you must go to everything for free. And I'm like, no.
No, that's not how it works.
No.
I bring my kids, whenever they're with me and someone asks that question, they go, do you want to know the games we've been to? And they go, at Orlando and at Charlotte.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's cheaper to take my kids on the road.
Exactly right.
Than to take them to TD Garden.
Well, the couple of things. First of all, you mentioned you think Golden State has some rent up in the Celtics' head. Didn't
you know what,
Celtics
John?
beat them by 52?
You asked the question. You asked the question. Come out of break.
Didn't the Celtics beat them by 52 the last time they played
did,
them?
but there's been instances where they've been emotional.
The question I have is really about Tatum and Kerr.
Okay.
We'll talk about
Very
that.
good. We'll do that coming up in just a moment. Chris Forsberg, we're very happy to have him in the studio and to meet him for the first time, as he was a guest that probably was in 2009 as Charlie Moore came on just a mere 2 hours after he appeared on the show. Charlie Moore, Charlie Moore was not nice to me when I met him. I'll tell you that.
What did he do to you?
That was it. That was at Ernie Bach's place, right?
Yeah. He big-timed me. But in fairness, the drummer, rest in peace, from Boston was there at the time, so you can't. take away the focus. All right, we'll be back in.
guard it differently a lot of nights, and so it's just we have to be able to fight for what the defense is giving you and take advantage of that.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Our good friend Chris Forsberg, who we're meeting for the first time, and I was all caught up talking to young Nicholas.
Yeah.
In the other studio. Very hard on the videos.
So I had a question.
Yeah, please do. Chris Forsberg from NBC Sports Boston. Everyone loves him. He covers the Celtics. Go ahead.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Who doesn't like Chris Forsberg?
Oh, I'm sure.
No one listening to us hates you.
There's haters
Not-
out there.
n-
Everyone's got
Well,
haters.
I mean, on social media, but has anyone ever come up? This is an interesting question for you because no one's ever done it. One guy has done it to me since I've been in Boston. Come up to me, to my face, and gone, "You suck." And it was a drunk guy on a train, and I was drunk too. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I was at Porter's after a game, and a guy walked up, and he did the thing where he was like, "Man, I just want to say I really love you," and then he said, "You need to stop S-ing the players' D's," and ran away. And it was.
Had you been doing that though?
I mean,
Did he have
like,
photos?
if you've seen a broadcast where I talked about Robert Williams, you probably would agree that. That
Yeah.
is, that
Oh,
is,
he is- he had a
but that was a
special
bit.
place.
And then,
sad.
well, actually,
Very sad,
I should be careful with that. Like, I legitimately love Robert Williams as a human and as a basketball player.
Of course
I
you
would
do.
hope so if you're
Of
doing
course
that.
you do.
But
Yeah,
like,
no, seriously.
I would bring it up in spots that were outrageous to bring up. Like, who's a future All-Star? Well, Robert Williams. So
Right, it became a thing, like a joke.
But I do believe, and if I think anyone on a broadcast air was probably told at times that they are a little too much pom-pom waving and such. But like, I feel like we're pretty balanced. I lose my mind when I have to.
Yeah, what are you going to do when this team is this good? I mean,
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, like it's almost like there's like not enough to talk about. Go ahead, Johnny.
This whole Tatum Kerr thing, that's the headline for tonight. Kerr didn't play Tatum during the Olympics, and Tatum is a lock top 10 player in the league. Is there really anything to that now that we've gotten so far beyond it? I mean, Tatum is a pro. He's excelled. He knows he's good. He's the best player on the best team. Is there really any extra juice to tonight?
Players always find motivation in something, right? Like the slightest disrespect. You could make up a website and say they rank Jason Tatum the 13th best player in the NBA, and he'd be like, man, I'm going to show them. It sounds weird. But you think about the summer that he had. Wins an NBA title, cover of 2K, biggest contract in NBA history, like it's just all
Gold
this,
medal.
Wins a gold medal, but doesn't play a lot, and it's just that you always focus on the one little slight. I do love that too. That he comes back and everyone's telling him like, oh man, so sorry, like that you didn't play a lot, and giving him and trying to talk him up. And Joe Mazzulla is like, I love it. I love that you got disrespected. How are you going to respond?
Yeah.
And so
teachable moments.
100%. And I don't think it's something that is going to, like, he doesn't sit there at night going, Steve Kerr. But I do think when he sees him over there, it is just a little opportunity to remind him that he feels like he should have been out there. And, you can say, oh, it was the matchup against Serbia or whatever, but I suspect you'll get a motivated. The question is, does it manifest itself as Jason Tatum has a dominant night? Or does Jason Tatum try to get too locked in or too hyped in this game and then like doesn't play a great game? So that we'll have a sign of his maturity in that moment.
So far, there have been a couple of moments this season, specifically the shot to force overtime against
Indiana.
Thank you. Where I thought, what are you doing taking that shot? Oh, that's why you're taking that
Yes.
shot.
Right.
So there have been a couple of times already this season where I see him kind of maybe forcing things a little bit.
sure.
But he's so confident right now, and he's got enough game. And even more so than a big outside shot like that, I love to see him continuing what he started a season and a half ago, going into the paint, using his size and his kind of, a little bit more mass on his frame than he had in years past, and asserting himself down low to where I say, you know what? Go ahead and push the envelope a little bit there, Jason. I don't see any problem with it unless he's just having an off night and he demands to keep shooting anyway, then it becomes a problem.
I think even the other night was a great example. 3-point shots falling. Like, that first half was ridiculous. Like, he made everything. And you're sitting there, and I don't mind if he shoots like that because he's making them, right?
Yeah.
And, I guess the real balance should be it should be a good shot. And I think most of the time it was. Isolated on Trae Young, yeah, shoot that shot. Second half, he doesn't have it going. Would love to see him in that instance be more aggressive to the basket. And so I just think there's a balance there. Even coming off the Knicks game on opening night, hit a lot of threes, then kind of went cold. I just think you have to be able to identify in the moment. That shot's not working. While it's easy, he's talented enough to go to the basket and get easy points and start feeling good about himself. And so I just think that's like the maybe the last step for him. I don't know what else he can do to take him to another level beyond being able to be more consistent and identify in moments that something's not working. So, yeah, I think he's been better at it. And I do think there's a weight lifted from winning a title. Like, all of a sudden, you're not obsessing about what everybody else thinks, which is weird when we say that he's probably still thinking about what Kurt thinks of the summer. But I do think you're just a little bit more free. You don't have necessarily as much to prove, and yet there's always something that lingers.
Jaylen Brown not playing tonight, third straight game he's missed. When you get to injuries at this time of year, especially with this team, I'm thinking that if it was a playoff game, he'd be out there. I'm thinking that they're saving him for later by resting him as long as possible.
I would think if it was a playoff game, Porzingis would be out there. Porzingis is doing the same stuff when we see him in pregame warmups that we saw in the playoffs. So
you think he could play right now?
I mean, I don't think he could play very well. It's similar to what he got in the postseason, right? Like, where he gave you one game against Dallas, and then he was pretty much toast. Like, they had nothing left there, or because of that. That just injury is just weird. So, like, in an emergency, you could have him out there. I think it's good that you have the luxury of being able to wait till December or whenever it is. But even he said, as soon as he is physically ready, he is going to play. And I keep hearing people say, well, you have the luxury, bring him through to January, and I'm like, It's easy to say that. It's harder when the player is like, I want to be out there and I want to like see what I've got. And if I'm feeling good, let me go out there. So I go the same thing with Jaylen. If Jaylen wasn't out there in Atlanta getting up shots before the game, I'd be concerned. When guys disappear, that's usually when it's like, oh, that's not good. But when they're present, that usually means they're making progress. They're at a spot, and you never know what to trust. And I know Joe was on this station yesterday saying, we're not concerned. He's not concerned. You're always concerned when it's a superstar player and they're not out there. But I've gotten no sense from anybody around the team yet that this is something to worry about.
Do you have a relationship with Missoula?
So he has always been very nice to me, and we actually, look, he there are moments where he does not want to elaborate and doesn't want to talk. But we did a little sit down with him before the season, and normally he wants to get out of there and move on. We did a little different tactic this time, and he wanted to kind of hang out, and that was very rewarding. It wasn't my idea. We have a producer, Adam Hart, who came up with this idea. We were in a theater, and we were beaming images up.
Oh boy, you did put on a whole song,
like a little PowerPoint presentation.
It was like Mystery Science Theater.
Oh wow,
sat in there.
we actually have one camera angle where it really is, and if I was more witty, it would have been even better. But no, it was. You
watched Plan 9 from Outer Space.
If you touch into the subjects that he wants to talk about, he opens up and elaborates. And I've also learned that you have to learn his personality, right? Like, at first I'm like, what is it with why does he feel this way? Why does he do the things he does? And then you kind of learn about how much he loves adversity, how much he loves making people uncomfortable. And you understand that it's just the way he operates. And once the players figured that out, like, complete buy-in from every single player on that team. They love him. And the closer I kind of got to it and figured it out, now it makes total sense that they, as strange as his tactics can be, it works.
All right, because if you need any hints on how to get through to Missoula, there's a guy sitting right to your right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who's broken bread with the man and made quite an impression.
On Media Day, Hardy and I were the station representatives. We saw you there, and Joe happened to wander back to where we were. He wasn't scheduled to talk to us, but he sees me, he sees Hardy, he walks over to me, and I've interacted with him before, calling Celtic games. He goes, "Hi, it's good to see you." But he turns to Hardy. He's like, "Hey, how are you? Did you read the book I suggested?" I mean, it was a whole. He lit up like a pinball machine when he saw Hardy. Really, seriously.
You want to hear? You want to vomit? Tell him how you won him over. What reference you got? You want to feel like you want to know who a real insists upon himself fool he is.
Yep.
Go ahead.
He said something about spending some time recently. This is about a year ago. He'd spent some time with his friend Josh, who does, a lot of stuff now. He's into jujitsu, but, he's got a background in chess and these other things. And I said, sounds like you're talking about Josh Waitskin. Ha, ha, ha. And he said, that's my friend Josh. And Josh Waitskin is the guy who's featured. He's the subject of the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, right? He's a chess prodigy, but since then has become an author and a jiu-jitsu champion.
A recluse like Bobby Fischer did.
Not at all.
He
like
is
Bobby
no
Fischer.
fan of the minorities
Bobby Fischer
or the
had
Jewish people.
all kinds of issues that Josh does not have. But yeah, we started talking about that, and we had shared some favorite authors, and I also gave him the 5 coins idea. I took out my 5 coins that I actually have already carried, and I said, if I ever lay one of these at your feet, you're in for a hurting. And he's like, tell me more, and that's where he got the 5 coins.
Make sure you bring that up later when you're at the Garden.
Fight Club, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, if you know the name of a chess grandmaster, then you have to
But okay, what was the book? Can
The
you
Art
reveal?
of Winning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tony Robbins? Tom Vu?
Tom Vu.
Yeah, I mean, who wrote that?
But read some Sebastian Younger while you're at it. Just go down the rabbit hole a little bit.
Yeah.
And anything like you said that kind of embodies the whole
warrior spirit.
Yes. Thank you, Fred. Thank you.
I'm aware of all these things. I not to chess guys, but I think I know what kind of things Missoula consumes. I think I'm.
Have you bought into more? Because I think it took people a little bit. But
I think I'm very similar to him, much more similar to him than I thought I was. Out of all the people in Boston that are involved in sports, I think I'm the most similar to him, especially the making people uncomfortable. Dude, I've been to rehab. I've read everything that he's read. There's all rehab books. Like, they're not about addiction, but they're like... But you know what I'm saying?
The Waitskin book, the Art of Learning. It's the Art of Learning.
Mm-hmm.
It's really about essentially how your mind works, how you can become these things, and
neuroplasticity.
It doesn't apply to chess, basketball, jiu-jitsu. He uses all those as examples, but it's look, you're going deep down the rabbit hole, Chris. I don't know if it's a trip you're willing to take.
I think you have to, because I love being able to get inside someone's head and understand what makes them tick. And once you understand that, you can better see how it applies to basketball. But these are like little stuff. Everyone was on him about chomping on the gum when he first started. Just got rid of it. Like, he knew there were things he had to change about himself, but he never lost the authenticity about how he wanted to coach the team and how he wanted to get to an end goal. I think Brad said it best. He has a goal. He doesn't always take the most obvious route to get there, but he gets there.
So you think this is all legitimate buy-in from the team and not a holdover from winning?
1,000%.
Because it's
helps.
easy to buy in when you win the
100%,
championship.
but I could feel it a little bit at the end of last season in terms of, okay, he put us in all these tough spots, and then they saw it in the playoffs. That Indy series, they were like, oh, okay, we get it now. And then you win, and there's further buy-in. And then you just Joe becomes even more himself, and all of a sudden every killer whale YouTube video he shows makes a little bit more sense. So I think it just took a while.
It's the blue whale offense. It's a whale pot offense.
But it's that Phil Jackson thing, is that you're more than a coach, you're sort of a guru, and then you're talking to young multimillionaires, and that
you have
kind
to
of
find a theme
existential,
that connects you,
but that kind of existential, I'm teaching you, teaching you how your mind works, to reach parts of parts of yourself that other people don't take the time to. I think that stuff works.
And this is how it connects to basketball.
I mean, Phil Jackson was always handing those teams books and teaching them to meditate. And then you listen to Kobe Bryant talk about flow state and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, he was incredibly influenced by Phil Jackson.
They show up on the first day of camp this year, and he shows them videos of sprinters, and they're all like, what is this? What is the message here? And it was all about, there was a Jamaican sprinter who was disappointed, won gold medal, but didn't set a world record. And it's like, what motivates you? And okay, you've won a title, but you can be in a whole different echelon of championship teams. And so the message is obvious in the moment, and then they figure it out. And it's just a unique way where like a coach can come in and be like, oh, we have a real opportunity here.
But you just heard it all before.
Right.
And it's not digging.
It's making you think in a way that you would never think about.
Which is, I think, appealing if you are, someone who's been handed everything. It's the way. I think that's the way to reach people now. But while before you could just be this blind jerk like Bobby Knight and yell it into them.
Do it because I said so.
Right. Yeah. I think that getting people knowing that you think about things in a way that they might not get right away is something that appeals to them. And that, again, just listen to Kobe Bryant talk about like flow state and all that and like being present. It's all stuff that was certainly influenced by Phil.
And it's
Phil
much
Jackson.
harder to reach, like you were just saying, Chris, it's much harder to reach guys that have won. That's the thing. Kobe and Shaq were great. Phil reached them. Michael Jordan was great. Phil reached them. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are great. And somehow Joe Mazzulla has reached them.
Right. That there is... that there is things that inside of yourself that can be rewarded by continuing this path. That's the thing. Well, listen, Chris Forsberg, it got very existential, but it does when Hardy's involved with Mazzulla. As they have Mazzulla just grabbed the menu. He said, he goes, I got this. He ordered for the table.
Have a seat.
He does. He likes ordering the entire menu. That's when the scouting report. If you go to dinner with him.
Oh yeah,
likes to try everything.
Everything.
Yeah, he's one of these guys throws his money around. Nouveau rich, nouveau rich.
Yeah, he might be nouveau riche, but it is the riche that counts.
No. I mean, there is something called the pedigree. Anyway, Chris Forsberg.
We have neither one of them. We have neither the riche nor the pedigree.
Oh no, I'm not. But I'm also. I'm not. Yeah, no.
You know what it is?
Either.
Here it is again. You're just jealous.
I like him. I just said that I like him. I think that we are in some ways similar. It sounds like. All right, Chris. We're both brilliant. That's for sure. Chris Forsberg. Listen, everyone knows him. NBC Sports Boston. He will be
bring
out
on
at
the
Garden
haters
tonight. Don't do that to him. Leave him alone. Leave him
very
alone.
mad online.
You don't say.
I've never experienced that.
They got mad in the mail before there was email.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, they used to send me Bibles in Atlanta. All right, Chris Forsberg, thank you so much. We'll be back here at the headlines.
This is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
You got to chill.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Durant and Stephen A. Smith, we're getting into it a little bit, and here's what Stephen A. Smith had to say about Durant getting pissed at him.
I'm a clown? That why your team called me to be a part of your documentary? That's why y'all called me? Because I was a clown? It's your company. You run the show. You executive produced it. How come y'all called me? When you had the boardroom and you were sitting down to interview people one-on-one, didn't you call me to do that interview? By the way, didn't you show up on first take? Sitting right across from me? A clown. Kevin Durant, can anybody talk about you? I just need to know. I just need clarity. After departing from Oklahoma City, sitting across from me, you said you wanted to play a better brand of basketball.
All right, so that's who cares about that? What the big news is that Stephen A. Smith is very horny. No bad. Yes, there you go. He's very horny, ladies.
Yeah, 12.
No, that was hard.
No, that was hard.
So he does a lot. He does a lot of advice now. This is because he's on, as you said, Fred, for 110 hours every week. He's on some platform.
He, as Nick Kroll once said, he lives in a green screen prison. The deal is that he is on the radio. He has a podcast. And he's on TV. So Stephen A. Smith, I told the guys, I'm like, if we're going to play this Durant thing, just find some stuff of him being sexual. Because it's constant.
It took 4 minutes.
Yeah. This I did not feel guilty telling you guys to look for. Here is Stephen A. Smith on one of his forms of communication. I mean, because listen, if you're a man and you're being broadcast 10, 12 hours a day, your urges are going to get the better of you.
Waukesha 604, right? Stephen A. Smith, my man, my girl's best friend been making moves on me. She's prime Halle Berry bad. I mean, as in good, as in fine, right? That's what I'm assuming.
Let me explain it to people that want to know about lingo from 30 years ago. You know, Michael Jackson's bad was taken by Weird Al Yankovic and made into fat. And you know who loved fat? My friend Poodle. What was his name?
Poodle.
He loved fat chicks.
Saying. And my girl is a solid 5. I feel conflicted. What would you do? Well, first of all, for the record, always prioritize exuding class. If you're the type of dude that would mess with your girl's friend, let's get it out the way. You ain't worth a damn. You ain't worth a damn.
That's not so much for the guys as for the ladies. Yeah, you're not gonna mess. You're not gonna mess around.
But you
with the
listen
friends.
up too, Fred. Your class has been questioned here in recent days, so maybe this is a lesson you can listen especially hard.
Yeah,
to.
because I'm often of the mind of having class is very uninteresting, and when one's job is to entertain, class. Yes. Thank you, Stephen A. I think that you would agree, because there's nothing more classy than what he's talking about.
Yeah. Even if she is bad. Okay, it's just certain lines you don't cross. But I will say this. Your girl...
How big is her ass? I will say this. There is an ass-to-class ratio. And if that ass gets stuck in an airplane bathroom, you have no choice but to neglect the class. Yes. Allow me to make a Venn diagram. This circle is the ass. This circle is the class. And this is where they intersect. Because that ass.
Bad.
You know.
Very bad. But I will say this. Your girl's days are numbered. You know why? I don't know too many dudes who calls their girl a 5. Your own woman? A 5? That's not good. Now, since it's Halloween, let me tell y'all a little story. This is a true story. It happened, but I'm not going to say any names. But my boys know it. So my boy is joking around. Joking around. That's all he's doing. He's just having a good time. He's having fun. This happened years ago. And he said to one of my other boys, your wife is ugly. Do you know what my boy said? I know, but that's beside the point. I know, but that's beside the point. And my boy looked at him and said, I was joking, you ass. The man admitted that he believes his wife is ugly. Now, I don't understand something like that. And they're divorced now. You understand what I'm saying? And clearly we understand why. Because if you're looking at your wife and thinking she ugly, how could you possibly want her? Looks aren't everything. Looks is a part of it. But let's face reality. You want to be able to look at your wife, and your wife needs to be able to look at her husband and to find something attractive about you where they ain't calling you a 5. You called her a 5. So her days are numbered. And then her friend is Halle Berry bad. She could be doing it to set you up just to see if you'd go for it. And then she could expose you. Or she really does want her girl's man, which means she ain't no better than you appear to be. And one could easily argue that would make y'all a nice couple. I don't know. Just guessing. But I have no definitive answer for you on this particular question.
Well, thank you for taking the 2 minutes to do
Bad. Bad. Halle Berry bad.
Halle Berry bad.
Can you ass?
I thought this was Boys of Summer. Like, what does this have to do?
yeah.
What does this have to do with Stephen A?
It's the long intro on the Barry White song. I need yours, but gets you right to the point.
All right. Listen, Billy Jaffe will be here in just a moment. He will be in studio.
Leslie, you go, girl.
All right. Very good. That was what he was talking about, the Golden Bachelor. And he was talking about 60-year-old women when he's like 60. Look at you, 2 years older than me.
Yes.
Have you had sex with anyone within 20 years of your age?
Yes.
I don't believe you for 1 second, Stephen A. Smith.
Can you ass?
Can you ass? Ooh, Freudian slip.
Looks as a part of it.
Well, you know what part I like? In the movie Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. It's when Jim Carrey bends over. He takes his hands and put them on his ass cheeks. And he talks through his ass.
Horny all hours of the day.
You know, sometimes I buy 2 googly eyes and take my woman. And I put 1 googly eye on the right butt cheek and 1 googly eye on the left butt cheek. And have her start gabbing. It sounds like whoomp, whoomp, slap, 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 slap. All right, Billy Jaffe is here.
I do like a big booty. I ain't gonna lie about that.
Yeah, he's very alert about that.
Let's run through this audio with Billy. See what he thinks.
Yeah, listen, Billy's game for anything, as long as it's over quick. All right, we'll be back with Billy Jaffe in just a moment.
Bruins bid for a third straight win ended badly in Toronto last night. Care of a 4-0 loss to the Maple Leafs. Goaltender Anthony Stolarz was great for the home team. He stopped 29 shots for the shutout, and defenseman Morgan Riley added a goal and 2 assists. But unlike past games, Jim Montgomery liked a few things that he saw last night.
You know, there's maybe a couple of penalties that I think we could have avoided tonight. But in general, I thought we drew a lot of penalties by playing the right way, 5-on-5. You know, just our power play didn't, have the success that theirs did.
Toronto scored 3 power play goals last night after managing only 4 in the previous 13. The Bruins visit Calgary at TD Garden, or play Calgary at TD Garden tomorrow night. The building will be used for basketball this evening. Celtics play Golden State. Jaylen Brown out again with his hip flexor problem. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The NBA has suspended Philadelphia franchise cornerstone Joel Embiid for 3 games for pushing a reporter over the weekend. The NFL trade deadline came and went yesterday, and although the Patriots reportedly received calls on Devon Godchaux, Kyle Duggar, Kendrick Bourne, and KJ Osborne, they did not make a move. The team will be back in practice today. They'll play in Chicago on Sunday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the new fall flavors at the 99, like the freshly baked homestyle chicken pot pie, packed with chicken and topped with a buttery, flaky crust. You gotta love the 9s. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Listen to it, laugh at it, get mad at it, agree with it, argue about it. It is Boston Sports. Boston Sports. And it is all we do. 98.5 The Sports Hub. On the air, online, on the app. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Toronto came into the game with 4 power play goals on the season in their first 13 games. They will get 3 tonight. Final 10 seconds ticking off here as the crowded Scotiabank Arena celebrates the victory. And the Bruins will drop a game below the 500 mark once again as they suffer a 4-0 loss here on the road.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Also, know that you can watch us on YouTube. You can go to YouTube and search 98.5 The Sports Hub. You can watch it live and participate in the chat. Some of these people hang out together. They met through it. And then you can watch our show 24 hours a day ad nauseum for as long as you want, into infinity. Billy Jaffe is one of the Bruins analysts for Nesson, and he is host of the podcast The Morning Brew, along with Andrew Raycroft. He joins us in studio this morning. Hey, Billy.
Morning.
All right, so here's the deal. This is going to sound like a very generic question, but it's not. So I'll make it a little bit longer maybe than necessary. Is that, look, how concerned are you about the Bruins? And I'll say why. Because, I mean, there's like all this talk, and not Billy saying it. There's all this talk here at the station, and that you hear about Montgomery's job could be in jeopardy, and they're not gelling. But then there's another side that would say, they're going to make the playoffs. It's very early in the season, and there's a lot of new pieces.
Yeah. But
how concerned are you about the team?
I've got some concern that, for instance, they're doing some things too often, like taking too many penalties.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Too often, and
it's annoying.
They take a penalty too often.
Yeah, they have. Except the previous 2 games where they went 3. In each game, so if you average it out, you can live with 1 per period. Like
you take Zadorov off the ice, your problems are solved.
Well, Pasternak has been guilty of it. Pasternak has, I think it's 8 minors now. He had 16 all of last year. Wow. He's got 8.
And where is he committing these penalties?
Zone.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk.
So let me finish it.
Okay, you finish.
I'm concerned with regard to that. It's the old. They seem to take in certain ways step forwards or strides forwards, to use a hockey term. And then they take strides back. And I don't mean, we said it after the Toronto game 10 days ago. And then we talked about step forward in equal steps, if not more steps back. Now you come and you have 2 solid games over the weekend. And I'm not, listen, some people say, yeah, well, you played teams that were technically inferior. So what? Those inferior teams can still beat you. You got to beat those teams over the course of an 82-game season, and you'd lost to one previously, et cetera. You end up beating Seattle as well. But you do some really good things. And yes, they did some good things last night. I don't disagree they had chances at 5-on-5. I don't disagree that Anthony Stolarz was very good, and a reason, that the Toronto was good. But when you look at the totality of the game, part of it is being smart, not both with the puck and without the puck, not taking penalties that, one bad penalty you can deal with. But it's like a virus. It seems to just go around the team. As soon as one guy does it, it's like opens the door to more doing it, and they lose kind of the focus. That concerns me. And then the penalty kill and the power play, both of them, the special teams. So am I off the charts concerned? No, not yet, but we're getting closer to that. I know everybody uses barometer of Thanksgiving. We're getting closer to that, Fred, where you got to say, what is this team? We still don't know yet, but darn, we got to know. We got to know pretty soon. You got to know pretty soon.
Okay, Pasternak's been bad. And
he has not been nearly as good as he can.
Yep. And so as an expert, let's start with this. As an expert, what's he doing differently? What are you
showed pregame last night. I'm not saying if you watch now. We showed him from last year or two with how demonstrative he was with his skating, how impactful he was with regard to hunting pucks down. We know he's going to turn the puck over because he has it on his stick. I didn't have a chance to look at the stats this morning. Coming into last night's game, he was fourth in the NHL in giveaways. There's a guy named Nathan McKinnon who's one of the considered top 2 players in the universe, who's number 3. Because they have the puck on their stick more. Well, you can deal with that. However, it's situational and it's spatial. Where are you on the ice and when are you turning those pucks over? And how are you competing to get them back? So we showed pregame how freaking strong he was in the previous year or two at getting pucks back, at forechecking, at being physical, and how he was the old lock and load, as I like to call it, how he was ready all the time in good spaces for that. He had a good shot last night. That first one, I don't know if you saw it, that crushed Stolarz up in the collarbone area. That was a pasta shot right there. So I said, at least from my eyes, I'm like, okay, it's a good sign. Like, that was a rocket of a shot. But then you see, it's not always the same optic, and how good he can be. You know how impactful he can be. We have yet to see that this season. I just don't think the feet are moving as much, and he hasn't seemed to be. And because of that, you don't get the spots as much. You don't be as physical. He's too special of a player to not be there. I mean, look, we all know there's no perfect player per se, but for this team, he has to create offense. There's that pressure of it, and they need. He has points and stuff, but it's not in the same way that he's done it before. And he needs to get back to that. There's no question.
Okay, so Montgomery benched him the other night for the third period, and everyone's saying Pasta reacted well. How much of what the team's doing, again, as a guy who, coaches and all this, how much of what the Pasta and the Pasternak, I hate that I just did that. How much of Pasternak and the team's struggles do you think can be fixed by coaching? And what do you think of the tactics that Montgomery's using this early in the season?
Well, coaching tactics. He's being an equal tier coach. He's not letting anybody off the hook. I happen to like. I appreciate that, respect that, and I think it's imperative that you do that. I think that this team has to reset in some ways, and I felt like they tried to do it the past weekend. Their defensive structure was better. Start with that. If you have to kind of deconstruct to reconstruct, right? Sometimes you got to tear apart the house or a room or two to completely remodel it. And I think maybe you need to do that. And I think that this team is they're kind of like, I don't know. It's just a vibe. They're waiting. We know we're good. We know we're better than this, and it's going to just happen. But if you wait too long for that, that can be dangerous. So I think it's time now where you don't have much practice time, Fred. Like, literally, you don't have today. They don't have practice. There's a CBA rule, and you 3 days a month, and you've got to give guys a certain amount of time off. And also, you got the sleep studies and this and that and the rest. They got a game Thursday. They got a game Saturday. They'll practice Friday, but it'll be 28 minutes. You can't run them through a Herb Brooks,
right?
48 minute again. You just can't You just can't do it anymore in the league. And this year, because of the Four Nations, it's contracted the schedule. Anyhow, I think that Jim Montgomery is trying different ways, from very demonstrative, very open, very verbal, to trying to keep calm and in control. And you're trying to figure out, which one's going to resonate with the guys more. But I still said, and I said this last week, I look at the leaders on the team, and and if you're going to have a core group of leaders, it's going to have to be them. They're going to lead these guys out of it. I'm using a guy like Charlie Coyle. Boy, the last couple of games, he started to step up. We didn't see, he wasn't doing much before, and he talked about it in interviews. I need to be better. I need to do more. I thought he did in the Seattle and the Philly game, and I actually thought his line last night was their best line again. And so, but it can't be one-offs. It's got to be multiple guys that bring him, that pull this team out of this kind of up and down issue, a roller coaster that they're on.
Yeah, because the inconsistency is what is maybe the most frustrating. Over the weekend, saw a lot of the stuff that we had talked about with you here previously, and a lot of things that you watch and just standing around watching the puck, and they get too many guys behind the net sometimes. That all seemed to be, if not fixed, it was better. It was better for a couple of games. And then you saw the results. Last night, and we talked about this first thing this morning, I don't necessarily think they played all that poorly, but it's got to be frustrating for them, too, when you do fix some of these issues and the result is...
Well, it's like you plug one hole.
4-0 loss.
Well, you plug a hole and then something else opens up. Yeah. So now, the bedrock, or one of the real bedrocks of this team, was their PK for years and years and years. They gave up, 3 goals in three power play goals in a game for the 4th time already this season. And so that's 14 games. I got a note here. I said this on the end of the telecast last night. They allowed 3 power play goals in a game 4 times in the previous 547 games. Jesus. So it's thank you to my buddy Ben on that one. It's just striking, So you're seeing the power play struggle, and the PK can't balance it out, can't pick it up. And in the past, the PK was this beacon of consistency.
You might stink on the power play, but at least you're not going to give up any goals.
Right, but meanwhile, the power play now not, and so that's where I think it gets frustrating. And yes, I don't disagree that, and I said this at the beginning, they did some good things 5-on-5, but the totality of the game so you have to figure out a game within the game. Well, if we don't have this going, what can we do? Can we do that? Meaning, can we kill penalties? Can we figure out a way to score one on the power play ourselves? Sometimes you run into a good goalie. That's part of the biz. And they didn't. Now, again, they're 9-1, 8-1 now in their last 9 against Toronto. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, of course, you beat them in the playoffs. That's the most important thing right there. But in the regular season, that was 8 in a row. They lost last night. Now, if you win your next 2 games, is all forgiven and forgotten? I guess it depends, Hardy, how they play. That's the thing.
How they look.
How they play. Because even Monty was saying, yes, he was happy, but still a ways to go after those 2 wins over the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very realistic. So, Fred, back to his tactics. It's open, it's honest. He knows that it's far from being a regular thing. And the eye test last night said, hey, this was better, but this wasn't good. And that's, again, you got to figure out how to win games. When you don't have this, but you got to have that.
He's out of buttons to push and levers to throw. He's yelled at his captain. He's benched his best scorer. He's mixed up the lines as many times as he can possibly mix them up.
Well,
they're still wildly inconsistent.
And you know what? But I think there's been a little more consistency with the lines the last few, and I hope that they continue with that a little more.
Yeah.
Okay. We're seeing more and more coaches give it to their players publicly. Again, you can use Craig Berube giving it to Austin Matthews 10 days ago, 12 days ago now.
Okay.
It seems like we're doing that. So I eventually it might fall on deaf ears, and I don't know where we're at on it, but that's.
But I'm just thinking, as a head coach, you've got to try snap his team out of it. He's done everything possible.
That's why
it
comes down to I think it comes down to the leadership group, and we've had a lot of different. You've had a lot of different guys through the course of the last decade that have been here that are obviously no longer here. So maybe this leadership group is just trying to figure out how they best not just receive, but give the message from in the locker room to each other to keep up. They got to stop at the penalties. Enough. Like, you're not going to. They are running away with the time shorthanded with penalties taken this year in the National Hockey League right now, and that is obviously not a board that you want to be on leading on.
All right. Well, listen, Billy Jaffe, good job today. Lots of keen insights. Hopefully Pasternak's listening and he can get it together a little bit.
I think
it is an off day, after all.
The penalties are one thing. It's the penalty right after a penalty.
Oh,
You know,
it's like it goes through the system. All of a sudden, it's like it just runs through the team, right? We've seen that numerous times now.
Yeah, that's it. It's one thing to take a bad penalty, especially in the offensive zone, but it's like the second it's over.
Right.
And last night it was over because they scored. Like,
Well, the
how about
second one especially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
How about another one? It's
Yeah.
like we just did this.
Yeah.
We just did this.
I know.
Play clean for 5 minutes.
Be responsible. Move your feet. Don't reach.
Right.
And it's a mental thing. This is not a physical thing. This is a mental thing, and the guys need to engage more mentally. When they start going through that, okay, that wasn't a good penalty, that's it. No more. And they've just taken too many penalties regularly in games, so that's a concern. Hopefully they not hopefully, they have to eliminate that, guys.
All right. Well, Billy Jaffe, you can check him out.
Going to record Morning Brew with Jaffe and Razor right now.
Where do you record that?
Home studio. It's called my.
Do you guys get in the same room?
No, we don't. He does it from my. It's a podcast. What do you think?
What part of town does he live in?
He lives in near us. He lives near
Why
us.
don't you guys just get together
because he was traveling. He's coming back. I'm coming back. It's simple to do. Every once in a while we can do it post game at Nesson, sitting together, and we do that. But otherwise, we're just
Have
it's
him
a
over to
wonderful
the
thing.
house. Have a cup of coffee. A morning brew, if you will.
We should. It's a good call, but today we're going to go back. Anyway, it's been a busy morning.
Do you like Hardy's jacket?
I love.
We talked
Hardy's.
about it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got an
That's
NHL
the
jacket.
old school colors of with the NHL before they went to the black and silver.
Gorgeous.
And white. They got the old school.
Why'd they change it?
He likes the league.
He's got the original 6 on there.
He's a fan of the league, and then if you like every original 6 team, there's a big patch of them right there on the back.
Got them all there.
I know they do.
6 patches, 6 teams. That's what they call the original.
Those are some
6.
beautiful logos. They are. I
Thank
love
you.
the original.
He's like, what do you like? He's like, what team do you like? And you're like, I like Winnipeg. And he's like, nah, I like the NHL.
Yeah.
And in particular,
all about
these
the
6
Shield,
teams.
baby.
You only picked the hottest team in the league now in Winnipeg.
This is one step away from the Jim Louth sweatshirt that just says sports. What do you like? I like them all.
Yeah.
And Jim
Freddie, we're
does.
taking the youth team to Detroit coming up, buddy.
You're playing like in a Little Caesar situation?
We are.
We are.
It's a big event there, and we actually are going to play adjacent to Little Caesars has their practice rink adjacent to it. So Junior Eagles heading there. Actually, we're playing all Canadian teams.
Did they
round robin.
flood the locker rooms with hot and readies and crazy bread and just all the free Little Caesars?
I
you
hope
can
so.
eat?
The old Little Caesars at the end of the game, at the old Joe Louis, the Little Caesars was everywhere, and so you would just get downstairs and you were just pizzaing it up, man.
Well, I'll tell you that you can ask Forsberg if you do a game because Illich owns the Piston or owns the Red Wings.
Yeah.
If you do a game and it's Little Caesars Arena, even if you do a Pistons game at Little Caesars Arena, the spread for the press is like all Little Caesars.
Hell yeah.
And people get very
it's all
excited.
pizza.
true.
It's all pizza all the time, and you're like, I can have another piece of that pepperoni for no reason except you just do.
The only pizza I've ever eaten in its entirety, other than a bar pizza, was I got a Little Caesars hot and ready one night. My sister called me in the middle of it. I'm like, oh, we grew up in this. You're gonna love what I'm eating, but I've got like one slice left here. I'm like, I'm going to eat this whole thing. And I said, I got to stop. And she said,
you don't feel that good after.
No, she said, do you hate yourself yet?
Yes.
And I said, no. She goes, then you're not done.
Yeah.
I said, all right, I'll call you when I'm done.
And it's not like Little Caesars is great either. It's just,
No, but it goes down real easy.
Well, you buy one, you get one.
It's like the smell. It just attracts you. Everybody.
Yeah.
You just
You buy one, get one free. Well, listen,
Good to see you
and
guys.
Jake's doing well. He's
doing great. Yeah, both kids are. Thank you.
Is he on the hot on the recruiting trail? Jake?
14. Yeah, he's okay. He's at a new school this year. He's doing great, and he's got a long way to go.
All right, Billy. Don't push him too hard. I know you.
I'm not. I am.
You're a disciplinarian. All right.
See you guys.
Thank you, Billy.
See you, man.
We'll be back with our award-winning email segment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sport.
bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, and coming up we got Pucks and Paddles. It's back November 20th at the House of Blues, Boston, and that's coming up very soon. 2 weeks, I believe it would be 2 weeks from today. No.
Yes.
Yes.
2 weeks from today is the 20th.
Okay, and it's a Pucks and Paddles where you play ping pong with the members of the Boston Bruins. It benefits, all the money goes to the Special Olympics, Massachusetts, and you can bid right now to play with one of the players. So you and that player, you're taking pictures, you're playing ping pong. The ping pong is really not the issue as so much as it is the ability to spend time with the players. And John from Vegas.
I'm there to win. So
right. John from Vegas was there to win. He hired a professional player to play for him with him so they could do something to Sarge at the end, which I still don't remember what happened.
It was a very large sign that John from Vegas had made, and every time his guy won, John from Vegas was allowed in the inner circle and held up the big sign for everyone to see.
That said Sarge sucks?
Yes, it said Sarge sucks.
Yeah, so John from Vegas, who had would do these elaborate pranks at Sarge, and I think just as soon as Sarge wasn't with the station anymore, just lost complete interest in the station.
Kaboom! So he was just the money man, attached himself to the win. It was kind of like a John DuPont Foxcatcher situation. Wanted to be there as one of the trainers and, sharing the glory.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that the Sideways Guys movie? Oh, no, that's Carell. Is Carell
Carell
does
is
that?
John DuPont. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's one that you watch with the kids.
Yeah.
That's one that you watch multiple times because it's a real feel-good movie.
Yeah, you're like Carell, like I know you're out of comedy, but let's throttle it back a little bit, guy.
Let's do something that a little more uplifting than, say, Manchester by the Sea. Let's just go for a little more feel good than that.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Carell, like all of a sudden is not funny. Like, and he's
dark.
He's very funny. He got very dark. Bidding, by the way, for this Pucks and Battles is officially underway, and you can bid to play with me and Hardy and Ryan Johnston.
You're outpacing me in the bidding, which bothers me.
Oh, so you can pay? You can keep track of the bidding?
Yeah, I went ahead and it's very simple. You just gotta text. You gotta text paddles to 76278.
Okay, but they say here to visit the events page at 98.5 The Sports.
Yeah, it gives you all the information there. I don't expect you to remember what I just said, but once you're there on the events page, 98.5thesportsup.com, tell you what to do. And I'm going to have to sweeten the pot on mine because I'm going to
free
do
golf
this
lesson, perhaps?
Competition. No, I threw in 9 holes last year. I did.
Good.
Yeah, that's right. You did. That was.
It's for charity, dumbass.
I know.
Be charitable.
I know. If I get a certain amount of money, then I'll do. If you give me a lot of something, I'll put a lot of money into this charity. All right. You can
almost got there.
Nope, I didn't. Not even close. All right. Exactly. Thank you, Adam. All right. Here's the deal: is that you can email us. Just go to 985thesportshub.com and you can find our emails. But I do suggest you follow the show. Nick makes these wonderful videos that he works very hard on. Nicholas is, and he asks if I approve of them sometimes, if they're about my personal life. It's a whole thing. Mm-hmm. So follow us at Toucher and Hardy on Instagram and Twitter. Follow me at Fred Toucher, where I have the love never stops. Mm-hmm. And you can follow Hardy at Hardy985. John doesn't really use his Instagram, so it's who cares? By the way, Felger and Maz are broadcasting for Pucks and Paddles. All right, what do you guys bring something to the table, for Christ's sake?
Yeah, for once.
Billy just killed it. I mean, let's go.
Forsberg in here killing it. Billy just killed it. Chase, I mentioned this earlier at the start of the show, but it bears
I don't know. I'm pretty tired.
Chase is the emailer's name, Fred. And if sent us a photo where he did write in Fred Toucher for president on his ballot yesterday. So
Which
again.
I for the Senate, because Elizabeth Warren reminds me of one of my neighbors in Brookline. Which neighbor? Any one of them. So I don't care for her. And I didn't know anything.
Street is littered with Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, like I don't think I'd like her if we met. And the other guy I didn't know anything about.
John Deaton.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about him.
Yeah, no, he.
I am an independent voter, ladies and gentlemen. I'm as independent as you can get, and I'm not saying that to be a pussy. Like I just really am. And so I didn't want to vote for either of them. I ended up voting for the guy with the goatee because, but I thought of writing my own name in because I thought somewhere you could find like who everyone voted for and like somewhere like in a list, like a very long list, like my name would be listed. But if I knew that someone else was going to write my name in, I definitely would have written my name in because then I would have had 2 votes would have put me up in the list, you know?
I'm very impressed that you knew the guy had a goatee. I'm like, why, did you get pictures on your ballot? I didn't have one of them ballots. They should do that. They should have pictures next to these
TV
people.
commercials.
No, they peed away a bunch on advertising, which you have to ask, is this not based on the results of any elections, but is the best way for all this money to be spent is on political ads? Like it seems like if all the money for political ads was distributed like against the deficit or given to like projects that they could lower that amount, equal amount in taxes. It seems like the country's got a problem with, because you get all the political people asking you for money, right? And that money just goes into a hole. Like who knows? Like, right? Like once it's gone, it's gone. Once the election's over, it's over. Couldn't that go into infrastructure?
Education.
Or go into education. Like, couldn't that money be funneled? I mean, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, Adam wants, and don't limit it to libraries. No. Adam wants anything, bird feeders, anything. Anything that can capture his attention for free.
Elks Club that serves free dinners.
The Elks Club has dues. No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but if you know Rucker, you can get into the Cambridge Elks for an all-ages hardcore show downstairs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bro, dude,
Youth of Today played, dude. 89.
I was there.
They made him shut down the beer kegs because, you know.
Straight edge.
There's going to be another one this weekend, but keep it on the down low. I'm not telling everybody.
Fred, here's the deal. Worcester, Maiden, tomorrow. That was the text.
No.
He's just not a good guy, dude. That's it. You know, he's a prick. I got a bunch of stories.
How did you reply to the Maiden text? Because it had it been sent to me by anybody, my reply would have been, God, no.
I would like to see Iron Maiden because I was a big fan of them when I was a little kid, but not in Worcester on a Wednesday night.
No.
No.
God, no.
But I have the kids during the week. I have, like, you know, I got them, and not for much longer.
Yeah.
And my son is getting older.
Another email from yesterday. Much thanks to Daniel Winters, who sent us a Photoshop of Bill Belichick dressed as a baby. We're trying to come up with new photo shoot ideas.
Yeah.
The next couple's outing, and I said, that's great. Fred is installing that as his iPhone wallpaper as we speak. Mm-hmm. And he said, glad to help. We'll make a Christmas one soon for the holiday season.
Yeah, because here's the deal is I haven't talked about it today. Bill Belichick will do anything that this 24-year-old girl tells him to do. He embarrasses himself. I'm getting text messages from people out of state going, have you seen this? I just got one during the show. Have you seen this? He is a fool. He is a old fool. And what my suggestion is, what sparked this, and we'll take all your Photoshops, and Adam will put them on 985thesportshub.com. I want her, if you're listening, what's her name? Say your name's Ann. Ann, if you're listening, congratulations. You're making I know you like him, but it is impressive how you've manipulated him to do these things. Now, here's the thing. Let's see how far we can go with this. I want you to dress him up as a naughty little Dutch boy, with like he's mischievous, but you know he's got a good heart. Put him in a bonnet, in a little sailor suit with a big old lollipop and a balloon. That's if you could get him to do that, and say, "I've been a bad boy this Christmas." Maybe he's peed himself too.
Jordan is her name.
Jordan. You're the Michael Jordan of making old men look like fools.
And if you need an image, go ahead and watch A League of Their Own. Stillwell Angel. Maybe you smear some chocolate around his lips.
Yeah. I like that. You're gonna lose.
Oh, you know what would be great? Speaking of movies like that?
Dress him up like that before the next Patriots game as Stillwell and have him do a video.
Okay. You know how they went to the corn maze? I just thought of a really good. That's a great one. I just thought of a good one too. This isn't so much a costume as is something to make him do, Jordan. The next thing you could make him do, and this would be funny because you got him into that corn maze and everything. Make him enter a pie eating contest.
Stand by me style.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, because you mentioned the chocolate all over his face. Can you remember that
The
old
blueberry.
cuck, that stupid cuck sitting there with all that blueberry all over his face like a big dummy, smiling at his 24-year-old girlfriend that's got his balls? Oh, that would be fantastic. How's that for your orange? He went from leaning back and he playing chess to dressing like a dumbass taking photos because his lady told him to. Boo! Hooray for Jordan. Boo to Belichick. And Jordan, if you're friends with Jordan, tell her that she's fantastic. And I like her very, very much. But if you're friends with her, this is even better. Subtly ask her, encourage her to see what she can make him do next. Make him put on big, like, floppy shoes. Like, just start small. See, like, how small shorts you can make him wear the next time you're somewhere warm.
Phil, I found a pair of your 1986 New York Giants shorts here in the closet.
Or how, like, get him in a Speedo. Like, just see what you can do. F around with the old guy. I'm here for it, my dear.
Not everyone.
Jordan is a
this.
hero, a hero, and I don't mean that sarcastically. She's a strong alpha woman, an alpha, the complete alpha in that relationship, and I love it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, not everyone is liking this. We got an email from Ben yesterday, Captain's Log, Day 4. Fred has yet again brought up Bill Belichick's relationship. We thought it would be over after Halloween, but maybe it's only just begun. Who'd have thought a photo shoot in Nantucket would dominate Fred's mental space for the better part of a week? We are all the victims and are praying for Fred to move on.
It's not only
Ben
has it
from
not
Weymouth.
moved on, as it's just the start.
No, this is tip of the iceberg, baby.
Really, I mean,
if Jordan plays
the corn
ball-
maze was pretty good. The mermaid photo shoot just opened up a whole new world of possibilities.
Yeah, if Jordan or Jordan's friends, come on, guys, I'm on your team. If they can get him going pretty good, I'll talk about it every day. Get him to do something else. Let's have some fun. Will someone follow her on Instagram? Nick, will you have the show follow him on Instagram as you're in control? I can't be in control. I do something dumb. Go ahead.
Your Chris Rucker a little while ago reminded me a little bit of your Jim Rome.
Oh, they don't sound at all similar.
And then Brian from Andover emailed in. He said, Fred's Stephen A. voice is very reminiscent of one of Paul Stanley. Does Paul Stanley also like big asses?
Oh, that's not fair.
That's not true. No,
Stephen
I'll back
A.
you up on this. That's not
Stephen
true.
A. Smith goes from this into this, and Paul says, "Hello." Much different. Come on, that is different.
That is
Rucker and Rome sound the same because they sound the same.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Rome they have different cadences, but Jim Rome and Rucker sound the same.
Now, you know what, Caliendo, I remember when we were in Arizona, the one moment of levity, because you were miserable the entire week.
That's true.
We had Frank Caliendo on, and he physically sat down, and of course, Caliendo does a Rome too, so we had them do the imitations at each other, and Caliendo said to us, I did not expect that imitation to be that good.
He said it was better than his.
He liked it a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if everyone knows that the comics, they very much respect me. All right, we'll be back. We'll finish up with the stack and then hand things off to Zolak and Bertrand. kind of looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. The Stack is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches. Have lunch with a legend this week. D'Angelo's legendary number 9 sandwich, grilled sirloin, or chicken smothered in onions, peppers, mushrooms, and American cheese, only at D'Angelo. And as always, we're brought to you by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more at FanDuel. I have something that we can do tomorrow. Just don't let me forget. Go ahead.
You mentioned Iron Maiden earlier, as you were invited to go see them in Worcester tonight. There is a new podcast which theorizes that Bruce Dickinson, lead singer of Iron Maiden, is actually a secret spy. And this has to do with the fact that he is a talented fencer and also a pilot. And he's flown all over the world. His friend made the comment in jest, but the more they talked about it over the course of a 2.5-hour podcast.
Rich Roll podcast.
Yes. They discussed whether or not Bruce Dickinson is, in fact, a spy, and that is being a frontman for Iron Maiden is his cover, the ultimate cover. Allows you to travel all over the world. Why do you have all these other skills? It's because he's really not just a lead singer.
And by the way, a very real story that is absolutely real. And again, I hate my personality because I always have to say this. I'm not being sarcastic. There is good resources and credible people that the Scorpions were at the time of the Moscow Music Peace Festival and everything. All right, real quick thing. Moscow Music Peace Festival. There's a manager that managed Bon Jovi and Motley Crue. He got busted with this huge shipment of marijuana. Instead of doing jail, he said that he would get his bands to do public service work for him. He organized this Moscow Music Peace Festival that took place in Russia. It was pay-per-view, and it was like this supposed to be this anti-drug thing. So anyway, the belief is, and the story has come out, that the Scorpions who played that festival, they're German. This song, Wind of Change, was written by the CIA, given to them to record in order to contribute to the death of communism. And the Scorpions have not refuted it. In fact, they've pretty much admitted that it was. It's amazing. The CIA wrote this song, and it's not, they're manipulating the weather in North Carolina. It's not some alien story. It's like real.
It's Wag the Dog. You ever see that movie, Dustin Hoffman, where they get Willie Nelson to write a couple of songs for the war in Albania, which is not taking place at all, and then somebody blows up that cover story, so they have to write a different song based on a soldier that was left behind. It's all fake.
Yeah, and it's not like that. It's not like the CIA even did anything wrong. They just wrote a song for a band to sing about, freedom. I mean, this doesn't sound like any other Scorpion song ever, in any way, shape, or form, except in the video where the pool boy does get seduced by the MILF, as happens in 9 out of 10 Scorpion videos.
I'm glad you brought up Bon Jovi, though, because he has a new collaboration, and we're only 8 days away from hearing it, Fred.
Can't wait. Fred, you're going to love this.
John Bon Jovi and Pitbull.
Yep, it's true. They were on Good Morning America yesterday.
Doing a remix of It's My Life. The new song is called Now or Never. It'll be released on the 14th, the same day of the 2024 Latin Grammys.
So the song you just played was that horrible song Black Betty. Yeah. Is that a cover song of Black Betty?
Yeah, that's like Pitbull's twist on it. Yeah.
No, but is it a twist, or is the song called Black Betty again? And that's what it is.
I am not familiar enough with the catalog.
Because if that's called something else,
to let you
if
know.
that's called something else,
Why?
They love to say, well, what do they love to say these days when they just up and steal a song like Diddy used to do back in the 90s and just rap over a full song? They call it interpolation, I believe.
The song we just heard is called Get Ready, and it is an interpolation
Get Ready, Bad Milan.
of the 1977 smash hit Black Betty by Ram Jam.
And my advice is to all artists to do that, because if it becomes a hit, you'll get no money because you would get no publishing, which is brilliant. So congratulations, Pitbull, on getting... What percentage of publishing do you think he gets off that? 2%?
Maybe
2%.
I don't know enough about that world, but not nearly. Yeah, and he shouldn't. It's not his song. He took someone else's song and said, "I'm going to say some crap over it."
And you can YouTube these videos, but there are YouTube sites that will go over like rap songs that have been heavily sampled and show you just how obscure the sample is in the song, and like all the different ways they layered different seemingly genres of music that could never be layered. Like there's this extreme technical art that to sampling that requires, you think, oh, you just took someone else's stuff. Yeah, like Puffy and Pitbull, like these morons do. I think Diddy might be in a little bit of trouble, I've heard.
Yeah.
On the account of all the sexual assaults and minor stuff.
The baby oil.
And the baby oil, they say, now had knockout juice in it.
Oh.
And I'm not joking. So there is a way that
all
sampling...
baby oil has a little bit of lavender in it. It helps the baby sleep. What's wrong with that?
Not all has lavender in it. Some has frankincense.
You'll especially like this part of the Pitbull story, Fred. Pitbull and Bon Jovi struck up a friendship when they met at the 2017 Songwriters Hall of Fame induction and award ceremony. Because Pitbull, of course, is going to go to the Songwriters Hall of Fame.
He's a lyricist.
Induction ceremony. He's a great songwriter.
Yeah. Well, that shouldn't exist. If you get nominated for a songwriter award and you walk in and Pitbull's there, do you just go, I've been duped?
Just leave.
It would be going to Miss America pageant and Shelley Duvall's like standing there. You're like, oh, dear.
Mm-hmm. Finally, yesterday,
I've been hoodwinked.
Pope Francis tweeted out, the saints are precious pearls and are always living and relevant because they provide a fascinating commentary on the gospel. New Orleans Saints fans have replied to the Pope's tweet en masse because he even used the Saints' little emoji icon thing.
Well, they didn't invent it.
No, they didn't invent it. But you see that. Yes, thank you very much, Wallach. This might turn their season around.
Of course, Wallach knows.
They just fired their head coach, though, Pontiff. And also asking the Pope if they're going to cover the 3.5-point spread against the Falcons on Sunday. He did not reply. That's it. That's the show. What's up? What's with that watch, Fred? Is that a new band on that watch, or is that a new watch altogether?
I lost my old one. This is the new activity watch. It's got a stopwatch, a timer. It tracks your heart rate.
It also has a white band.
I think I liked it. I like it better than the black band. It stands out in case so I don't lose it again. Plus, I just know that it gets old squares like you all worked up. This is like when Namath used to wear the white cleats. Get everyone all razzed.
Sure. You, Namath, and Reno Hightower.
Yep. Sure.
He's wearing his white shoes.
Do you get the reference or are you just laughing?
No, it's a football movie. Robin Williams, Kurt Russell.
Oh, Jesus, that movie was terrible. And it was on cable constantly.
I'm not just laughing. I understand it completely.
Best of Times.
Oh, how sad was that movie?
It's a wonderful film.
That and The World According to Garp were on like constant rotation on HBO back then, and they were both so depressing.
Taft Rockets taking on Bakersfield. I want to watch it today.
30 years later, right?
The idea that high school would obsess you after it.
It might have only been 20.
Was it 20?
I think all those guys were supposed to be just shy of 40.
Like, how much of high school do you remember? I remember very, very, very little of it.
Half the guys came here to watch you catch the ball. Half the guys came to watch you drop it.
Yeah. All right. Because Robin Williams, was a good athlete in high school. But he couldn't catch the ball. He was open. All right. That'll do it for us. He went to Country Day for a minute. Detroit Country Day. That'll do it for us.